Welcome to the December 16th, 2025 meeting of the Planning Board. First, we'll take a roll call to introduce board members and staff. Mike Derderian,
Here.
Maureen Collins-White. You're muted, Maureen.
Here.
I see Tim Halladina is here. We'll come back to Tim because I think he's still, oh, there he is. Tim Halladina.
Here.
All right. Hi, nice to see you. We're also joined by Nora Loughnane, our Director of Community and Economic Development, Amanda Wolf, our Housing and Land Use Planner, Jess Cole, our Recording Secretary, and Charlotte Lynch from Westwood Media Center. This meeting is recorded by Westwood Media Center and broadcast live on, oh, and I'm Ellen Rawlings. Sorry, I am here too. This meeting is recorded by Westwood Media Center and broadcast live on local cable television Comcast Channel 6 and Verizon Channel 42. Meetings are also live on the Westwood Media Center's YouTube channel. If you're interested in joining the meeting via Zoom, you can find the login directions in the Planning Board meeting notice that is posted to the calendar section of the town's webpage at https://www.townhall.westwood.ma.us/. We will begin the meeting with only the board members and staff unmuted and on video. As the chair recognizes individuals to speak, we will unmute them. Board members may choose to mute themselves when they are not speaking in order to minimize background noise. For applications, the chair will first invite the applicant to address the board and give a presentation summarizing what is being requested. Board members received the application materials prior to the meeting and will have reviewed them. Board members may ask questions during and following the presentation. Staff and outside experts will provide comments to the board. If the issue includes a public hearing, the board will then proceed to the public comment portion of the public hearing and will restate the instructions. In this remote meeting format, residents and guests may participate in several ways. Attendees should raise their hand and wait to be unmuted and recognized to speak over the Zoom meeting application or from a telephone dial-up. We will be able to hear you but not see you. Additionally, comments may be submitted by email or regular mail prior to the meeting. When we come to that part of the meeting, I will remind everyone of the process. Following the public comment portion, the board will deliberate and make a decision or continue the hearing to a specific future date. All remote meetings require that votes be taken by roll call. When a motion and second has been made, the chair will ask if there is any further discussion before proceeding to a roll call vote and will then restate the results of the vote. All right. Oh, and we are also joined by Phil Giordano. Hey, Phil.
Hello, I'm here.
Yes, good to have you here. All right. With that, are there any changes to our agenda this evening?
No changes.
All right, then our first agenda item is presentation of 2020 Comprehensive Plan implementation updates from the Commission on Disability. I think we have a couple of folks.
Yeah, so Rachel Haddock was unavailable, but we're joined by the chair of the Commission on Disability, Mary Sethna.
Wonderful. Oh, welcome, Mary. You're muted. We can't hear you.
Good evening.
Nice to see you. Thank you for coming.
You're welcome. You're welcome. So I'm not exactly sure. I have the notes that Rachel sent me about the 2-year comprehensive plan implementation table that we have been following and that the commission has been working on. So the review goes through the audit and then was the award of the monies to use as the town found fit to for facilities to upgrade and to make improvements to make them accessible to all people. So right now we're just in process of thinking about what the needs are and kind of going at the low-hanging fruit before we put in any applications for monies toward any big projects. The things that were done in 2021 were, again, the worked with the recreation department, playground construction of School Street, and the Pine Hill school properties as it was being constructed. The Commission on Disabilities had a lot to say as that was going forward and to give suggestions. And dating back to 2020, concerns about listening devices. That has now been implemented. People are able to go to the Council on Aging and get a listening device if they need to attend meetings. At that point, there were not all Zoom meetings, obviously. So people were requesting hearing devices for public meetings, and but that is now available to anyone by going to the Council on Aging and just renting it out for the day and telling them what they need it for. So that's been done. And then we're continuing to support the individuals with disabilities of all ages in our community, starting with the preschool and right up to the Council on Aging. We have general input from the Council on Aging quite often, and we have representatives from the school community that are on our board, so they keep us up to date on what's going on in the school committee, school community, and the needs of the school committee, community, school aged. And I think that's, I don't know what else you're looking for other than we continue to work on all of those things. And really the biggest thing that we're doing at this point under the new guidelines of that grant, which was given us, is heading toward not only accessibility, but what we call universal design, which is a bigger word for the same thing, but it is so that all people can, no matter what their disability, can access it. It's not just ramps, it's bathroom spaces, it's all of those kinds of things. So it's called universal design. And we've worked now with the new development over in Clapboardtree, Everett Street, and the playground that's being constructed there, or is in the process of getting started to be constructed. So we've been in touch with them on a regular basis and have offered to actually, like we did at School Street, offer input at any point and actually walk through as things are progressing. And we've also made several suggestions before the constructions even begins about having, again, universal designs, not only swings that are accessible for younger people and children and those kinds of things, but actually swings that a grandparent could sit on with their grandchild. So that would lend itself to universal design, so everyone could use it. Even if that older person may not be declared as a disabled person, they can share the space with a younger person who is disabled. So those kinds of things we've had input on. Whether they're implemented as things go forward and depending on funding and so forth, I think that will all depend on what's going on. But that's actually what we're doing in this calendar year. That's been our focus.
Excellent. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. It seemed like you had paused to conclude.
Yeah, I think that's, I mean, we've worked with, also there was a concern over in the past 6 months or so, there was a concern about the trails behind Pine Hill and whether they should be developed or not for universal design or accessibility. And we thought that at this point, if there was some signage up, that it was not probably a good accessible place, but that there were accommodations, I guess, up to a certain point, a disabled person can get through the trail, but beyond that, they can't. But we kind of settled on, as long as people can access it up to a certain point, that satisfied us.
Thank you. Excellent. Thank you for that summary of the initiatives you've been working on for the last couple of years. I would happily open it up to board member comments and questions. I see Phil unmuted. Yes.
I want to ask my standard question, Ellen.
Go for it. I love
Um,
your question.
Hi, Mary. Thanks for your presentation.
Thank you.
If you could characterize or describe what the planning board could do so that we could work better together, what would you describe for us to be able to assist you in your position?
Well, you know what? You guys have been really great over the past 2 years. We've had more connection with the town planning board than we've ever had before. So you people are really, really, whoever's in charge of the planning board at this point, we've been kept up to date on all projects that are moving forward and so forth, and have been invited to write letters of support, to be involved, to attend meetings, and to give input. So we feel like you people are doing a tremendous job, and we love to have the connection with you, and we're pleased to work with you. As we said, as this Everett Street thing kind of gets moving, members actually would like to go and visit the site and look at the site, and kind of give input as the site was even in its raw form, kind of looking at it.
That's great. Just want to make sure that we stay in communication and just, work hand in hand as often as we can. So make sure you reach out if there's any concerns.
We will, for sure.
Okay.
We'll let you know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. Any other board member questions or comments or?
I can't think of anything. We've worked a lot on, people have contacted us about issues about, crossings at the high school and people blocking handicap spaces at the high school. And we try and work closely with the high school, with whoever's in charge, to make sure that those kinds of issues are addressed, and with the police to be more active about watching those handicap spots and making sure people don't pull up beside them waiting for their student or whatever, and then blocking someone from actually crossing over at the crosswalk into the handicapped ramp. So, but again, through a lot of communication and so forth, that's been well done, and people have been the town has been very cooperative in all of those initiatives that we've taken on. Because sometimes people will call us and say, I tried to get over to the high school and wasn't able to because there was someone parked in front of the handicap ramp.
Well, thank you. My only question was going to be about Everett Street, because I know we had advocated for the developer and the organization there to work closely with you guys, and I'm really pleased to hear that that's happening. I love the idea of folks from your commission doing site visits, during, just to advise, because that's an area of expertise that I'm happy that we're leveraging that and giving you the input. I think that's really important. And just, my only other comment would be thank you for all the work you've done. It's you guys are really proactive and strong advocates, and for the folks who need that voice to advocate for them, you guys do an excellent job, and thank you. I appreciate it. And I'm glad that you feel like you're working well with the planning board. That makes us happy. So hopefully we can continue to support your initiatives and vice versa.
I
So,
echo that.
Yeah, we thank you for all that you've done. And I mean, like I said, in the past year or two, it's been a pleasure to work with your board to help out. And like I said, hopefully moving forward, the dialogue remains open between both boards, because I think it's important as things are built in the town that we keep in mind these universal designs and so forth.
100%. So definitely I am personally grateful, and I think I can speak for the board. We really appreciate being able to get input from y'all who are the subject matter experts, because it helps guide our thinking. So yes, let's keep those channels open and continue to move forward. And thank you. Any other board member or staff, or anyone, questions or comments?
From me. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for everything you do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you
Great
for
night.
coming by.
Good
Thank
night.
you, Mary.
Yep.
Have a good night.
Matt. Good night.
All right. Excellent. That all made me very happy. Our next agenda item is 169 University Ave, consideration of project development review, PDR approval to install curbside pickup spaces at Wegmans, and that's 169 University Avenue.
Madam Chair, you might want to note that we're missing Tim.
Oh,
Oh,
thank you. Tim dropped.
Somehow, I think
he's
he might
coming
need to
back.
come back in.
All right. Do we?
There he
Oh,
is.
yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Tim is returning. Thank you. Good.
Thanks, Phil. I was listening to it all. I just wasn't there.
Okay, you're in the waiting room. Thank you. All right. Well, now it looks like we do have everyone back, and it looks like we do have some folks here for this application. So welcome.
Hi, my name's Caitlin Piakowski. I work in the Wegman Site Development Group, and I'm here to present on our proposal for some curbside pickup at the University Station Wegmans. On the left-hand side of the store, we'd like to remove 18 of our standard parking spaces and install these 6 pull-through lanes to help alleviate the congestion that's in the front of the store at the current pickup area, to help with any pedestrian traffic, so we can alleviate some things in the front of the store, helping to move this out of the way so that our standard customer can use the front entrances as intended. So on the plan that we have here, the curbside pickup would be on the side of the store there. And it would, we have installed these pull-through lanes at about 65 of our 110 locations, and it's been working very well for multiple reasons. Here, we would just use it for our grocery pickup. At other locations, we have it for our pharmacies and things like that. So there's been a lot of use for these pull-through spaces in the chain. So here we have our 6 pull-through lanes on the side of the store where internally our Instacart and grocery pickup area is on that side of the store, with the meals to go kind of area in the cafe, to help with flow in the store and our employees getting out to our customers that are there, which also helps keep things safe for them. If we were to, move it anywhere, this area that we have proposed is kind of isolated, so it keeps any possible incidents at a minimum, and can keep our program close. So on here, I've been going back and forth with Amanda on making sure all of our signage is properly proposed. We have everything as just a black text on a white background, and we've been discussing a few things, just for your knowledge, on having a maximum of 8 foot or 7 foot. It doesn't matter to us, whichever way works best for you, is the way that we can make this work. So that's what I have. If you have any questions for me, I'll be happy to take them.
Thank you very much. I'll start with staff comments, and then I believe I saw one of our peer reviewers here. So then we'll go to the peer reviewer, and then we'll go to board comments. So we'll start with staff. Any questions or comments from staff?
The only comment I would make is that this has been fully reviewed by all staff, by the building department, by the fire department, and by planning. And there are no concerns other than the question of the height of one of the proposed signs. And then there are some other proposed signs which are shown as A-frame signs, which are not an allowed use. So I think probably the best thing is to hear from Merrick Turner, our peer review consultant, and then go from there.
All right, thank you.
And if I can add, so the latest revision that was just uploaded today, they have replaced the A-frame signs with a post mount on a weighted base. And then the discrepancy in the height is referring to sign number 1. This was partially my fault, so I'll take the fall for this one. The bylaw allows up to 8 feet on signs on this particular type of sign. And initially it was too tall, and our peer reviewer, which Merrick will probably go over, recommended that the minimum clearance, so underneath the sign, should probably not be less than 7 feet, but because the sign is 18 inches, The board can either allow it to be at 8 feet at its max and then go slightly below 7 feet, or the board can consider continuing the issue and granting a project-specific signage alternative at another meeting, that would allow them to exceed the 8 feet. So there's a couple of ways you can go about that, but I think hand it over to the peer reviewer.
Thank you. And I saw Merrick. Nice to see you, Mr. Turner.
Okay, so we've gone through our normal process here. We saw the original plan. We issued a review letter, which the board would have received. We had a meeting with Wegmans and town staff and went over our comments and the Wegman team responses. And we were generally satisfied with all of the responses that we got. It was a fairly clean review. We can come to the signage in just a moment, but a couple of the things I'll just mention in terms of the review. I think there were, two important pieces of information that were provided, which certainly made this a relatively easy decision for us. And that was the fact that with the turnover in the spaces at around 18 per hour, that's 18 vehicles arriving and leaving per hour. That's a pretty low volume. There's certainly plenty of capacity here to deal with that. There's certainly, we wouldn't see a circulation issue or an entrance exit type issue coming into this portion of the site. It's a little bit tucked away, but it's a low volume and we really wouldn't perceive any issues there. And then the second thing is that Wegmans has installed this type of arrangement at various other stores. So the fact that there's a precedent here and it's working for them, I think, also lends some comfort in terms of the overall decision. Just in terms of signage, I'm not sure who's controlling the plan, but could you just point out the location of sign number 1? Okay, right there. Okay, so sign number 1 is just an advisory sign, really, just sort of saying this is a pickup space, and other folks obviously shouldn't be using it. So this sign here is situated in this kind of median area, and the idea is that cars pull in. Folks will be accessing their cars because there could be multiple cars parked. So you could be accessing your car, the trunk, and so forth by sort of walking through this 5-foot wide striped area. Typically, in a pedestrian setting, the MUTCD suggests 7-foot clearance to the underside of the sign, and that's where the 7-foot dimension is coming from. So typically, that's what we go to in this kind of setting where there's going to be some pedestrian activity. At an absolute minimum, I would not be comfortable with less than 6'6". If there's an opportunity for 7, I think that's the one that we would be most comfortable with, just because it's a typical dimension. At 6'6", you probably won't have a problem, but people are moving around. There's not many people that are taller than 6'6", but there could be the occasional person. You may not be paying attention. You wouldn't want to hit your head, on an installation like that. So that's where the 7 feet is from, and that's kind of the logic behind the 7 feet. So if that were available, I think that would be the preferred choice. But I do think that 6'6", is an option in that regard. In terms of the other signage, as mentioned, there's a correction to the A-frame there that's going to get I think it was the building inspector that commented on A-frames not being permitted, and those have been corrected on the plan, and are now on a post-mounted setting, and on a weighted base. It's kind of a black rubberized base, and there's actually signage like that in place on the site today at the current pickup drop-off area. I think that was it on basic questions that we raised. It was mentioned that the fire chief has already approved this, and we had just suggested in terms of the decision, which I'm thinking Amanda or Nora may mention, just 2 conditions relative to a decision, and that's one which relates to that the approval is only for 6 pull-through lanes. Any more would require a separate PDR approval. And the second was just space turnover. I'd mentioned the 18 vehicles per hour. I think you'd have to have a lot more than that before you got any kind of problem here, maybe as more than double that turnover. So we wouldn't anticipate a problem, but in case this is just really successful and it exceeds all expectations as you go into the future, you know, we're just advising a condition there just to allow the planning board to seek further design or adjustment from the Wegmans team. I think that was about it from my standpoint. Happy to take any questions at this point.
Thank you very much. I see Phil's hand up. Yes.
Hi, Mr. Turner. Or the applicant, how do we get to the 18 with the hourly rate? Curious to see what's that based upon.
I would defer to the applicant there.
Yep, sorry. I was getting my unmute. So we had submitted some historical data that we've had that just shows peak hours and orders that we have taken on a live basis and put an average that way. That's all that was.
And what was the time period? How was that trending? Tell me a little bit more about that.
Peak hours are mostly in the morning and the afternoon. Yes, thank you. So this was the sheet that we had uploaded, and it just shows the ebbs and flows between lunchtime, you know, very morning, and then at the end of the day is when our peak times are.
Mhm.
But I mean, we obviously have a few during the day, things like that. But mostly peak is lunchtime and evening commute.
And what would you say is the stress point or the cap that it would not work if you were highly successful with this?
Oh, I mean, so as Mike had mentioned, the turnover rate per hour. So you can move. We have a space for 12 cars in any given moment. So as long as we don't have more, I would say, than 30 or 40 per hour, you know, that's the peak point where we would be stressing it. We do have a few locations that have requested additional spaces over the 6, and they're running at that roughly 30 or 40 per hour.
So you're in other words, you have a lot of growth room before
Yes.
you get to like a 30, 35, 40 number.
Correct. Yep.
Where there's not going to be an issue for our concern that this is all of a sudden spilling somewhere else.
Yeah.
Okay. That was my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Tim.
Thanks for the presentation. I was just going to ask mechanically, how is the turnover number monitored? It looks like you've got the mechanics in place to track and keep that.
It's tracked via the app, the Wegmans app. As someone places an order, it's tagged and then logged in our system.
And then I guess my only other question is, as it pertains to that area back where these are going, what else is current? I know there's like the curbside pickup you mentioned, meals to go. There's other current applications.
Well, yeah, the cafe is over there, so that's where everything is, and it just centralizes the stuff inside the store where all of food and meals that are potentially going out the door that way. So it just makes it easier internally for us to use the space on the side of the store as opposed to in the front where we currently are today in the pull-through lane at the front of the store.
I was just asking, is there like employee parking or other stuff I've
Oh,
noticed
over there,
it does-
no,
it
the
does-
employee
there's
parking is,
sometimes it's a little bit crowded over there. But... Sorry, go ahead.
no, yeah, the employee parking is in the back corner of the
Got it.
parking lot.
Okay.
It's the least used spaces,
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thanks, Tim. Maureen?
Yeah. Where is the doors for people that are delivering? Is it this brown
Yep,
canopy?
they're coming
Yeah.
right out the Market Cafe
And then
door,
they
yeah.
go way over to this here,
So,
the area.
there's also, I will have to verify, I'm not entirely sure. They're either coming out the cafe door or there is another door that, you can see the sidewalk on your aerial here,
Yeah.
to the left of that, where it kind of L's that sidewalk,
Mhm.
a little further to the left, around there. So they're coming out there and then delivering the, via shopping cart. So it's not like they're carrying bags. They have a shopping cart that they
Shopping
bring
cart.
out with them, and then load it into the customer's vehicle.
Yeah, because your picture, of course, was while it was raining. So it was like
Yes.
I said, oh no, to make the delivery from
Right,
that
right.
door to the cars. I said, oh, they're gonna get a little wet.
I mean, if I was shopping normally, I'd get wet anyways. So
I know. And then I think this is a question for Mr. Turner. I think I read somewhere that you wanted to put a stop sign at where University Ave comes up and takes a right or into Wegmans or a left into Target, because that is a kind of a hazardous turn on occasion.
Yeah, so it wasn't a stop sign, it was really a directional sign. And let me just explain that. I think that the suggestion was, and Caitlin, maybe you can point to the main intersection there on the driveway.
right, and this is something that we have talked to our landlord about. It's something that they're in favor of, but we didn't want to make it a part of our agreement with them. So it's something that the landlord is going to work at improving. So, but yes, I can point it out where it is on here once it pops up for me. So it's that, yeah, this pretty much area here.
By
So-
that white car. We were suggesting a sign by that white car, which was just kind of pointing to the left, and sort of pushing you towards the little four-way stop there, or two-way stop, I guess it is.
Oh, then we misunderstood you because we assumed that you wanted to stop at the in entrance from University Ave, like that. Right.
No, we weren't suggesting that.
Okay.
That's a yeah. So I think if there's that would be a separate issue to what we're talking about, because I think what you're expecting is vehicles to come in from this driveway, take a left, and then take a right. Correct? That's
right.
Your main access point, as opposed today where they're coming down the access aisle to a point in front of the building. So
Yeah.
I'm just going to quickly take a look at our comment here just to make sure I've got this right. So
We have our building commissioner, Mike Perkins, on
Yeah.
here as well, and I think he'd like to speak to that issue.
Yeah, thank you, because that was
Yeah.
my question too, was actually based on Mike's comment, not so much from the peer review, because I had a slightly different understanding as well. So Mike,
Yeah.
if you can speak to that from your perspective, that probably would be helpful.
Let's see. I guess I'm on mute. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So yeah, my concern was that, well, twofold. That main drive aisle that comes off of University Ave and goes straight towards the Plaza Pergola area there, where you've got the right and left turn aisles. There is no stop sign there right now, and the cross traffic that comes from either Wegmans to the north or Target from the south, those both have stop signs. There's really not a lot of signage. I think there's one sign that says cross traffic does not, or incoming traffic does not stop. Not many people pay attention to that or see it. And I'm down there a lot. So I see it a lot of times. There's a lot of close calls there. There's pedestrian traffic right in that area. I would be very much in favor of adding a stop sign and or stop bar across that entirety of that drive aisle coming in from University. I know when University Station was first developed, there was concern that that would lead to some backups and queuing coming off of University Ave. That has never materialized, as far as I know. And I think with the added traffic, not necessarily added traffic going to Wegmans, but the added traffic coming from the front door, Wegmans South, into that back side, in between parking lot, whatever you want to call it. I think that would be a very prudent thing to do, would be to just slow down and, if not stop traffic in that area, because that T intersection is, if you come up from University Ave and there's not a stop sign there, you're just kind of rolling in and taking a right or a left, expecting the people with stop signs to stop. And sometimes that does not happen.
Mhm.
Thank you. Yeah, that was my reading of your comments. So I appreciate you clarifying that. And before I move on to some of the other hands I see up, I will say I am 100% in favor of that too, because I've almost gotten taken out. Even when I follow the rules, it seems like a lot of people are unclear on what the rules are actually supposed to be. So it's like when you have a four-way intersection with only a two-way stop, it's just rife for trouble. So I would support that recommendation.
I echo that. I think it's a very dangerous spot, and I've seen it many, many times.
And I think, the volume in general is increasing, and I love the idea of this expanding the curbside pickup and putting it in a location that is, less right in front of the store. I think that makes sense for a lot of reasons, but I saw our building commissioner's comment and I agree with that concern. So, thanks, Mike. I see our other Mike's hand up, Mike Derderian.
Thank you, Ellen. Yeah, no, this is a fantastic idea. My question, I think, kind of mirrors some of the other questions and discussion we just had. And my question is, could you just, this is for, I think, for Beta, could you trace out the different ways, vehicles will enter the pickup spot? Is there multiple ways, or is it just what we saw, right there? And just what was your kind of analysis on, whether it would make congestion in this little pocket better, worse than the current way it's set up? If you could just kind of comment on how the cars will be flowing and any potential issues you see in terms of that parking lot getting jammed up, because it is one of the busiest probably vicinities in Westwood, like especially on a Sunday afternoon, right? So I just want to ensure that we know how those cars are going to pile up and that the traffic's going to be able to flow.
Yeah, so I'm just let me just see here. Right. So am I able to take over here just a point? So I don't see that. Let me just explain. So I think the most important piece of information is, again, the turnover rate. So could we leave either the map, wheel on there? So I think the most important piece of information is, again, the actual turnover rate. Mm-hmm. So at 18 vehicles per hour, that's not even one car per minute. It's about one car every 3 minutes or so that you're going to have circulating here. So at that kind of rate, that's kind of almost incidental in a development like this. So that's why we're not overly concerned. In terms of accessing, because these are two-way aisles, you could come in from the main access drive, turn right, you could continue up alongside Target, turn right and access the locations, or you could come in alongside Target, turn the quicker right, left, and then access into the spaces. That's the way the signage is generally directing you. So there's a couple of different ways in, but I think the issue is the lower volume. We wouldn't expect to create a problem. Our biggest concern here was actually the second stop control location, which is as you come off the main access drive, you turn left and then you turn right. When you're turning on that right, you can see there's two stop bars, one across the main access drive, one across the driveway. Our concern in terms of, again, turnover was vehicles exiting And then if there's even 1 or 2 vehicles queuing to go out at that stop bar on the main access drive, then the vehicle trying to leave from Target, from the Target sort of area, from the grocery collection area, if you will, they're taking a left and a right onto the access drive. Okay,
Yeah.
that's correct. So that is the one that was concerning us most. And again, as the volume picks up, let's say you get to 40 vehicles, right, turnover, 1 per minute, then maybe you start to see something becoming a bit of a problem, and hence the condition. So I don't think we would worry or have too much concern about general access and movement around the parking area. I think the issue would be more on the egress and coming through that and you know, kind of short leg of the stop control.
I was going to ask, so it sounds like people are entering and exiting at the same point, which is right there that we're looking at.
Yeah.
Like, would it make sense to have, and you see a lot of places set up like this, where you enter one way, you go out a completely different way. Those cars aren't crossing each other twice within that 3-minute period, right? They're coming one way, going out another way. Is that at all an idea that would be helpful, or?
I think that will be subject to observation. You know, perhaps if there was an issue, you could consider that, but to actually sort of prevent that would really I think cause quite a circulation. You know, if you required folks to turn right, for example, exiting as opposed to left, then they'd be going out of the furthest driveway on Harvard Street. So
that's the road behind the building.
yeah,
This road is probably empty for most of the time, right? Is that a good,
Yeah.
you know, if we run into a problem? Because I'm
Yeah,
not so
you
concerned
could.
about the 18 cars, but all the cars going to Target, all the cars going into it, there's just all the other, you know,
Yeah.
commerce being done right there. Again, it's something we can we can watch and see, because we do have
Yes.
a road behind there that could be, you know, used to access and exit.
Yeah, that's right, correct. And I think again, you would just have to observe that. I use this store quite a lot, and so I've been paying attention when I've been coming and going, you know, to the actual pickup and drop off in front of the store. And essentially, you know, it's a kind of a relocation of that to the side. And I've never kind of come out of the store or gone into the store or stood and watched and really observed a huge turnover there. So I think it is turnover dependent, and provided the numbers are low, I don't think there'll be a problem. But if the numbers creep up, you know, then I think that you know, there's the potential.
Thank you.
you.
Nora,
I just want to add, could I just add one other thing?
Sure.
Could we just talk about the area at the front? Because I was initially under the impression that was being removed, but I think the intention would be to leave that for certain individuals. Is that right, Caitlin?
Yeah, so like at all of the rest of our stores, it during COVID it turned into our grocery pickup area, but it initially was intended as just a pickup area for you know, someone, an elderly person has got their groceries, and so the person that drove with them went to get their car so they can just pick them up on the side, and they're off of the drive lane so that there's not any backup. So this area would return to that sort of a scenario, not necessarily the curbside pickup that it is, but you know, picking up someone that has come out of the store to load their groceries, or those kind of things, or you know, dropping someone off to go to work, or you know, those kind of scenarios where you want to be out of the drive lane so you're not causing backup while your person is getting in or out of the vehicle, and it would be that kind of a type. So it's not like it's going to be demolished and gotten rid of. It will stay there, but it will no longer be the curbside pickup area.
thank you. Nora, I saw your hand go up.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that we don't think the volume that's going to be using this, at least in the foreseeable future, is significant enough to be a concern, with cars entering and exiting through the front of the plaza to come out around the pergola and go out to the main site drive. I think we'd want to avoid having any cars enter or exit this curbside pickup area through the back of the center. This center was consciously designed with that back way behind the stores to be a service aisle. So while cars are not prohibited from going there, they're not encouraged. There are dumpsters back there, there are loading trucks back there, and it's just really not the safest place for customers to be driving. So I think we're looking at the access to this area being primarily through the front.
That's helpful. And Nora, I will say I didn't even know there was a road back there, so I've never been back there. So
That's good.
it's been working. Yeah.
And most people don't go back there. It's
Yeah.
really a back of the house.
Okay.
Thank you. Is it, Phil, I'll get to you in one second, but while we're on this subject, I just want to put out there, if people are concerned about an eventual uptick in volume, does it make sense to add some sort of a condition to revisit this if
Yes,
volume
and-
increases beyond what's projected?
Yes,
Ellen,
and there
you're
is a
taking
condition.
away my thunder. I'll
I'm
lower my hand.
sorry. I'm
That's
sorry.
There is a
okay.
draft
That
condition.
was, there we go. I'm lowering my hand.
Great
That was a
minds.
condition.
That way we're covered that if at some point the volume becomes more, we can talk about this again. Sorry, Phil.
And I hear what Caitlin and Mr. Turner are saying, if we could look at the directional map just one more time, because the queuing is going to kind of converge into where that spot is going to be. We all know what we're talking about without necessarily having the map there. That's where you were just saying a moment ago, that anticipating growth, a successful program, you always want it to grow. But the danger spot, which is already, because I've been there so many times and I've seen people flying through or whatever, is going to impact depending on where we get to some level of volume. And that was the concern that I was going to throw up the trial balloon that Ellen just did. So that was just my additional thought.
Thanks, Phil. Amanda, yes.
Yes, so we drafted a condition which we can revise as the board sees fit, based on Merrick's recommendation of the turnover significantly exceeding 18 cars per hour, and also just the need for more lanes. But then we also wrote it in a way so that we're accounting for any type of safety concerns that arise. So it specifies things like queuing in the drive access or anything else that could raise concerns, so that we have some flexibility to bring this back to the planning board if there ever were a concern. But I'll also add that during our peer review meeting with the applicant, they said this is typically how they handle it anyway. As soon as they start to see it exceed the capacity, they would come back to us no matter what.
Excellent.
Maybe because I hear Caitlin suggesting that 18 is still a relatively low volume, giving them a little bit of growth without necessarily having to come back at that threshold. Perhaps 30 is kind of a inflection point, perhaps, because I would give them some room for growth where it seems like they're not necessarily full capacity yet. So just a suggestion.
Thank you. Mike Perkins, I see your hand up. Was that, did you want to speak, or was that from before? Okay, it went away.
No, I'm sorry. That was from before.
It was a legacy hand. Well, that's okay. Because you can stay unmuted. I actually have a quick question for you if my colleagues don't have anything further at this time. And this is totally just crossing the T's and dotting the I's. Removing those 18 parking spaces. I know your comment said they still have ample parking, which were you speaking from they still meet the minimum parking, or they're still fulfilling the terms of whatever the permit was when it was granted? We're not.
Yeah.
dropping
So
below.
when University Station was first approved, essentially all the parking on site is essentially shared parking down there. It was planned out for multi-store trips and things like that. So the number of parking spaces that would be taken up by these drive aisles, it would have a negligible impact on Wegmans itself, and would not be noticeable in the entirety of University Station.
Okay, so that I would have assumed that if it would have made the development non-compliant with whatever the number of spaces they were told they had to have, we would have been flagged. I'm assuming these were surplus spaces, so we're okay, right?
Yeah, they're still technically on the Wegmans parcel, but there's no prohibition on somebody parking at that location and going to Wegmans, then to Marshalls, then to Target, and then back. So
Okay,
they'd still be all set.
gotcha. Just wanted to throw that out there for the record. So thank you. That was the only question I had. The only other one I had was about the stop sign concern or suggestion that you had made, which again, I think that's a great idea. So I guess that kind of parlays into the, can we as a board condition that, or is that something that kind of needs to be worked out with the landlord? How would we go about kind of moving that initiative forward?
So I've added a draft condition for you to consider when you get to your motion that has the applicant working with the property owner for an installation of that sign.
Excellent. Okay, that was all I had. Does anyone else have anything further they wanted to discuss? I'm not seeing any further hands go up. So I would happily start entertaining some motions.
I'll give it a shot. I move that the planning board grant the following waivers in association with the project development review PDR approval for the property at 169 University Ave, as described in the applicant, therefore submitted to the planning board and filed with the town clerk on August 28, 2025. Number one, waiver from strict compliance with section 7.2 of the planning board's rules and regulations for UAMUD related to an update of drainage calculations. I see something was changing above. Number two, waiver from strict compliance with section 7.4 of the planning board's rules and regulations for the UAMUD related to the update of the traffic impact study. Did I see the first part change?
So the first part, it said described in the applicant. It should have said application.
In the
therefore.
application, so amended to as described in the application, therefore. Thank you, Nora.
Thank you.
Second.
All right. I have a motion, an amended motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll take roll call. Mike?
Aye.
Bill?
Aye.
Maureen?
Aye.
Tim?
Aye.
I vote aye as well. That motion carries. Before we get into this motion, where did we land on? I know they changed the sign from the A-frame to the post, but where did we land on the sign height? Do we have
Yeah,
anything?
I don't think we've closed that loop.
Yeah, I just figure before someone starts reading, because this one's longer, we should figure that out.
So the way I have drafted a condition here, it says that if the applicant is looking to install a sign that exceeds 8 feet in height or otherwise doesn't comply with the section of the bylaw, which has dimensional regulations for signs, they'll have to come back to you to ask for a project-specific signage approval. So I think we can toss that back to the applicant and see if they can live with the sign not exceeding 8 feet in height, which would bring the base of the sign down to 6.5 feet, which I think Merrick said would be the minimum size they would allow. But if they would also feel more comfortable with a 7-foot clearance, they can come back to the board at a future meeting with a proposal for a sign that exceeds the 8-foot requirement. And this board could approve that as a project-specific signage alternative.
All
So
right.
we should hear from the applicant before we read the motion, correct?
Yeah.
Well, the motion allows the applicant to decide after the fact which way they want to go. They
Okay.
either put in a sign that doesn't exceed 8 feet, or they come back to you.
All right.
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
Fabulous. All right. Then if someone wants to take a stab at this motion,
I'll take the big one.
thank you.
I
Phil.
move that the planning board grant the project development review PDR approval for the property at 169 University Avenue as described in the application, therefore submitted to the planning board and filed with the town clerk on August 28, 2025, subject to the following conditions. General. Number one, except as modified by the conditions and finding hereof, the project shall comply with the project plans and with the conditions of all prior decisions for the property in all respects, and the applicant shall pursue completion of the project with reasonable diligence and continuity. Number two, if the project or any condition imposed in this decision requires any other permit, license, or other approval from any Town of Westwood board, commission, or agency, or other Commonwealth or federal regulatory agency, The application shall make an appropriate application for the same and shall obtain all required approvals prior to the start of any work. If any condition of such permit, license, or other approval from any other board, committee, or agency.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry about that. Sorry. Hold on. Okay, sorry,
Is
you were right here.
inconsistent, I think I got it, is inconsistent with this decision. The applicant shall make application to the planning board for an amendment of this decision, and the planning board shall consider such application in accordance with the requirements of MGL Chapter 40A, Section 9, and all applicable planning board rules and regulations. 3, any proposed alterations, modifications, deletions, or changes to the decision shall be requested in writing to the town planner and building commissioner prior to implementation. A, proposed alterations which are considered de minimis by the building commissioner may be accepted as a note to the file. B, proposed alterations which are considered minor by the building commissioner shall require the filing of a modification application of said approval for review by the planning board at a publicly posted planning board meeting. C, proposed alterations which are determined to be major by the building commissioner or by the planning board shall be considered by the planning board as a formal amendment to the approval and will require a new public hearing before the planning board. Prior to construction. Number 4, the applicant shall submit a final sign package depicting all signs to be installed or modified in the proposed and former designated curbside pickup areas as a result of this project, including sign locations for review and approval by the town planner. No temporary or A-frame style signs shall be used. All proposed new signs shall be directional and wayfinding signs, and none shall contain Wegman's logo nor images depicting groceries or similar items. If any proposed signs do not comply with sign dimensional requirements in section 9.7.10, the applicant shall not install said signs unless a project-specific signage alternative approval is granted by the planning board at a subsequent meeting. During construction. 5, a copy of this decision and the project plans shall be kept on the project site at all times during construction. 6, all project-related construction activities shall comply with the timeframes set forth in the town's general bylaws, Chapter 292, for noise and construction, which allows such work Monday through Saturday between the hours of 7 a.m. and 7 p.m., and Sunday between the hours of 12 p.m. and 7 p.m. 7, the applicant shall work with the property owner to install a stop sign at the intersection of the main drive entrance to the shopping center from University Avenue and the site drive that runs in front of the University Station pergola gathering area, as discussed during the planning board meeting on December 16, 2025. Prior to use. 8, the applicant shall remove all signs, I think we want to change that to remove, all signs associated with the former curbside pickup area just off the site drive at the front of the building, including any temporary or A-frame style signs. During operation. 9, the PDR approval is limited to the allocation of 6 pull-through lanes for grocery pickup. Additional pickup lanes shall be subject to a new PDR approval. 10, for sections 9.7.1.11.6 of the University Avenue mixed-use bylaw, should usage of the pull-through lanes exceed a turnover rate of 30 vehicles per hour and or result in safety or other operational issues within University Station, the applicant shall propose a plan to mitigate such factors in writing to the town planner and building commissioner, subject to condition number 2. Example, operational issues include, but are not limited to, queuing of vehicles in the access drive and use of parking spaces for curbside pickup. I think that works. I like the way that's worded.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll take roll call. Maureen?
Aye.
Tim?
Aye.
Bill?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Vote aye as well. That motion carries. All right. And we did not have additional motions on this application, right?
No, it's not a hearing, so that's
Right. So we have nothing more to do on this one. All right, thank you.
Thank
Both
you.
Thank you, Caitlin.
You.
Enjoy the rest
Thank
of
you,
your
Mr.
evening.
Turner.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, then our next agenda item is a public hearing. It is 800 Clapboardtree Street, which is Xaverian Brothers High School. So I'm going to read a portion of the notice. The Westwood Planning Board will hold a remote public hearing on Tuesday, December 16th, 2025 at 7 p.m. via Zoom regarding an application filed by Xaverian Brothers High School for consideration of a limited environmental impact and design review approval pursuant to Section 7.2 of the Westwood zoning bylaw for the purposes of constructing 3 additions to the existing school building at 800 Clapboardtree Street, Westwood, Mass. 02090, in accordance with PB-25-57, an approximately 18,500 square foot 2-story athletic addition consisting of locker rooms, multipurpose rooms, storage, and support spaces, as well as a 2-bay facilities garage, an approximately 3,210 square foot 1-story theater addition consisting of dressing rooms, a set shop, and storage, and an approximately 50,100 square foot 3-story L-shaped main addition consisting of a dining facility, art spaces, music spaces, a student common, ministry space, a school bookstore, and classrooms and support spaces. The applicant proposes site improvements, including modified access drives and replacing existing riprap slopes with retaining walls and landscaped areas. The property is in the single residence SRE zoning district and within the Access Approval Overlay District, AAOD. Land affected, Assessors Map 23, Lot 003. Property owner is Xaverian Brothers High School. All right. I see we have some folks here representing the applicant. Welcome. Welcome, everyone.
Good evening, everyone. Jacob Conca. I serve as the head of school at Xaverian and also joined by a few of my colleagues. Pat Hayes from Beacon Architectural Associates is with us, as is Dale Horsman, our engineers from VHB. We also have Mr. Sean Fahey from CM&B Construction. Also, Sean is one of our board members. He actually chairs our board at Xaverian. So happy to be with you. Just as a reminder, I think everyone knows about Xaverian, but for those who might be new, we are a Catholic independent school serving boys in grades 7 through 12. Our middle school serves roughly 230 boys. Our high school division serves approximately 750 boys. They come from roughly 80 different cities and towns here in the Commonwealth. I think it's important to note that 45 of our students actually reside here in Westwood. Summary of what we're hoping to do, and Ellen, I appreciate you reading the notice. We have 2 areas that are 1-story spaces on campus, and we're hoping to elevate those to 3 stories to match the existing height of the school. And then there are 2 additional bump outs, one that will serve our performing arts program and another that will serve our athletics program as well. So we wanted to give a little bit of the highlights of what we hope to accomplish. And then I'll also turn it over to Pat to give some more of the detail as we see fit. So again, highlights: renovating our cafeteria, creating a multi-story student commons is one of the goals that we have here. Expanding our fine and performing arts spaces. At Xaverian, over the last 5-6 years, we've seen tremendous growth, particularly in the performing arts, the theater arts, as well as the musical arts. Quite simply stated, we have ensembles that have outgrown the spaces that we provide for them. So certainly this project would hope to remedy that. We also have plans to add some additional classrooms. As I said, some of the spaces are 1-story. The hope is to elevate them to 3 to match the existing height of the building. And on one of the levels, we actually want to add some additional classroom space there. Renovating our campus ministry center is also part of this renovation, which is internal to the school. And then building upon our existing athletic facilities is also one of our goals. Simply stated, our middle school programs at Xaverian by design are non-cut, and we simply do not have the locker room space and the team meeting space to adequately serve those young men in our middle school. I think it's important to note as well why this is coming to bear, in addition to some of the other things that I shared with the board. Some of our facilities internal of Xaverian are dated. We obviously want to improve some of those facilities. As I noted earlier, several of our programs, in particular the fine arts, musical arts, performing arts, visual arts, have by design seen tremendous growth, and we want to ensure that our students and families have the facilities internal to our building that match their talents and match their abilities. Also, we'll show some folks some pictures here in a moment. We really do think that this project will improve the aesthetic and also the curb appeal that resides at our location, 800 Clapboardtree Street. I think it's very important to stress also what we are not doing, and you see some of the things here. I want to be very clear, we are not adding to our enrollment. There is no desire to add additional students. The numbers that I gave earlier are quite comfortable for us. It's actually right exactly where we'd like to be. So there's no need to add, no desire to add enrollment nor grades. Also, as it's noted here, we're not desiring to drastically expand our footprint. There is an expansion to the footprint, but the majority of the work that we hope to perform, as I said earlier, is really taking some of those one-story spaces and elevating them to three-story spaces. I think it's very important. We're not proposing to construct any separate freestanding buildings, not any additional, fields or parking lots, outdoor playing surfaces, anything like that. All of the additions and renovations are actually taking place proximate to our existing facility, but also inside our existing facility. And to maybe talk a little bit more about what we hope this project will accomplish, I'll turn it over to Pat Hayes from Beacon Architectural to lead us through maybe a little more detailed view there. So Pat, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Jake. So the slide that's on screen now is the overall aerial view of the existing facility, and I'd like to start off a little bit by just saying that I think the bulk of what we'd like to share tonight is really the architectural components of the project. I know that we've submitted all of our site and civil design and our stormwater management program, but I believe the town's peer reviewer is still sort of getting into those details and reviewing that. So our assumption is that we're not going to be talking a whole lot about those elements of the project tonight. So really, we just want to focus primarily on the architecture. And I will be noting a couple of the site improvements and some of the parking issues as we go along, but keep that in mind as we do go along. So this is the campus for orientation. We have Clapboard Street down here at the bottom of the page. The building itself is divided into sort of two halves, if you will. This portion of the building is the academic and administration block. So there's a three-story portion along the backside here, and then the front portion is only 2 stories. There's actually a grade change on the site where this portion of the site is about 10 or 11 feet higher than the parking area down here. So, and then this other section of the building, this is the athletic wing of the building. So there's a couple of gymnasiums over here, the main field house, and the auditorium is here. And in between these two blocks, if you will, is a 1-story structure that houses the ministry and their music area. And then along the back here, there is a 1-story structure that houses the dining program. The main entrance for the administrative portion of the building is sort of up here in this block. And then the main entrance for the school, the students, they're all entering down here in this area here. The building is surrounded by a number of parking areas. So, there's parking in the front, there's parking along the main access drive that goes around, large parking area to the rear here, there's parking in the rear back here. And, one of the things that Jake did talk about was the fact that the enrollment is not increasing for the school. And so with that, there's really no need or anticipation for a traffic study per se. There's the addition should not really impact the number of people coming and going to the school as enrollment is not going to change. And so all of these existing curb cuts and the existing access drives in and out of the building, all of that is going to remain the same. So The actual additions, so the building can be sort of broken into three separate addition areas, if you will. We have our main addition here, that's the main block. This is a three-story structure. There's a one-story structure in the backside here. This is the off the rear of the theater. And then we have a two-story addition on the backside here that is going right off of the gymnasium. And if we were to look at these structures by the numbers, if you will, this is the main addition here, the main core addition. So it's a three-story structure, and it has a footprint of about 20,430 square feet. But I'd also like to point out that these existing one-story structures take up about 14,000 square feet. So the net gain of this guy is really only 6,000 square feet, adding to the footprint of the building. We have this area back here, this one-story structure. This is about 3,200 square feet. This is for the theater area. And then we have the third addition, which is the athletic wing. The footprint of this one is about 9,400 square feet. And so the overall area for this guy here is 18,800 square feet. So, when you look at these numbers as you go through, we're adding to the building, the footprint of the building, we're adding about 18,880 square feet. And we're adding 57,000 square feet to the overall area, give or take. Getting into the aerial views and sort of looking at some of these additions in context. You can see the highlighted, the orange area, that's the main L building. This area here, this is Clapboardtree Street Road right here. Again, the main entrance to the academic wing is here. This is the main entrance of the building, the addition. And, you can see along this front facade, this is really the only part of the addition that's really visible, is this sort of front entrance. This portion of the building is a little under 50 feet from the road. But this portion where the main entrance of the building, this is over, 350 feet away from the Clapboardtree Road. So we'll see that a little bit more when we get into some of the existing photos. The athletic addition is here, right alongside the athletic building and alongside the existing stadium. This view is looking at the back, from the north, looking at the back of the building. Again, the one-story structure here, the main L block, the main three-story L block, and then you can see the gymnasium addition over here. Again, different views, slightly different perspectives. One of the things that's crucial to this plan here, and it's one of the items that we're looking for a little relief on. Your standards require that a model be constructed as part of our submission. As you can see from the building, the sort of the isolation, there's really no structures or buildings around it. And the massing of the addition is really in line with sort of the immediate adjacent structures. So we were looking to have the criteria for a model of the site development waived as part of our submission here. So these are the existing photos and of the entry area. And along the bottom here, this is the sort of front elevation, if you will, from Clapboardtree Street. So again, this is the main entrance. This is a granite facade here for the main entrance. And you can see down here, that's this area here. Directly adjacent to that is part of our two-story academic block. The materials here, we have brick facade, brick cladding, and there are aluminum windows and aluminum bay windows here. And you can see that sort of all along here as it goes along. This view here is actually from the parking lot looking at the main entrance. So this is sort of that main entry area. That's that one-story structure that I was talking about a little bit. Notice the grade change. This is up quite significantly from the parking area there. So this is basically a two-story structure, but when you get to this corner here, it turns to a three-story block, and that's this three-story block that sort of wraps around. And when we get into the addition, this is the big gap that we'll be filling in with the new addition. This is the view that you see from Clapboardtree Street. So you can see that, the actual main entrance area is, like I said, 350 feet away, very, very significantly away. And you can barely see much of the building with all of the tree cover. And this is the existing area that I'm talking about from the main entrance looking up to that other area to the administrative entrance here. This is a sort of a steep grade, and one of the things we'll be looking at is sort of regrading this area and creating some new landscaping elements. And so this is sort of the view of that same area that we were just looking at in the photo. So this is our new entrance here. This is that two-story administration block. And then this block here, this is where it turns to the three-story block. And this is the new addition. So we have the basic structure here, and then we have this tower element to sort of capture everybody's eye from the street. And then this is the existing gymnasium. And again, looking down below here at that existing elevation, this colored area here, this is really the only part of the addition that you see from the front of the building. The height of this existing area here is approximately 36.6, and so the new addition, we're looking to raise the elevation up a little bit. So the height of the new addition is about 41 feet, and then the tower is going to be about 10 feet above that to a height of 51 feet. Materials along the front, we're going to be looking to mimic some of the existing materials. So we have the brick cladding. So we have all new brick cladding. We're utilizing some of the aluminum elements that you see here. So we're bringing in that metal cladding up in this area here for the exposed gable and the roof element. If you recall from the main entrance, there was some granite cladding on the main entrance of the administration area. We're going to be bringing those elements in as a base element here. So we have some granite here. We have some cast stone elements that would add some interest for our lintels and above our windows and, cast stone stills. And then this area, as I said earlier, that steep drop, we'll be looking to regrade this area and really lessen the impact of that steep drop there. So all new plantings go along in here. We're basically terracing the landscape in the front here. So it'll be a stepped terracing. And then right at the very bottom here, we're building in a seating element, a stadium style seating element right here at the base, so that there's a little outdoor area for gatherings, special events, etc. As we go around to the back of the building, you'll see again similar materials on the back. The existing building, there's brick elements here, aluminum bay windows here. This is the academic block. You can see elements here. This is the one-story block across the back. This is the dining center, and then set back is another portion of that academic block there. In the distance here, you can see the gymnasium that we saw on the front, and then way over here is the auditorium. And then as you look across the back here, again, this is that same academic element there, the one-story dining hall. And then, this area here is that one-story structure that connects you to the front. This is the main entrance on the front side, comes through, and this is the exit toward the back here. This is the auditorium, and then the field house in the distance. And so our elevation on the back changes. This is the three-story block that we're adding back here. So you can see if we just jump here, so this big academic three-story block here, that's sort of where the addition aligns. So you can see that here, and then the addition basically comes along. And this essentially aligns with the existing footprint of the dining hall. It does fill in some gaps, but this basic line of the back elevation is sort of in line with the existing footprint of the existing dining facility. And the only area on the backside that we push out is, we have a stair tower here that's going to come out, and that pushes out a little bit off of that main line. But essentially, it's the same line that's there today. The way we've articulated this rear elevation, you'll notice there's some large windows here. So where we have two-story elements on the inside of the building, we're expressing that on the outside and bringing in lots of natural daylighting. So you can see these, all of these big openings here. There's a two-story space behind that. That's where we have our big dining hall. Over here, we have, again, similar kind of expression here. Two-story, our music wing here is a two-story element. And then when we get across the top here, we're going back to the metal elements along the top. and bringing in some of those metal elements. The large metal eyebrow at the roof structure is sort of similar to what's going on at the existing field house. And so we're sort of paying tribute to bringing in and being consistent with some of those other elements. This area here, this is the theater addition. So this is the one-story structure along the back. This has dressing rooms for the theater, and you can see that represented here. This is this little blue area. So the main 3-story block is here, and then this is the small 1-story addition for the theater. As we move around to the side of the field, the stadium, and the far side of the existing field house, this is the view looking down the plaza. So this is the underside of the stadium. On the other side here is the field. You can see this is the outside corner of the main gymnasium. This is the entrance in the plaza, right off of the plaza into the main entrance into the gymnasium. And this is the far corner in the back. This elevation is looking at the gymnasium from the field. And so this corner of the gymnasium, that's this corner here in the photo. And this corner here is basically this corner here. And this is the 1-story structure, you know, that's right here for the that connects the new the gymnasium back here with the plaza and the lobby area. And then as you go, so this is the new 2-story structure here that we're adding on for the athletic wing. Again, this is that existing outside corner of the existing gym. But the gymnasium, you can see this basically fills in the whole area here. So same view, you know, this is the same view that you have from the field. And then this is the new 2-story structure that's close. So the bottom level here is lockers. The upper level is support spaces and multi-purpose spaces. But the nice thing is that the lockers have direct access to the field and access to the field. And you can see in this photo, you know, sort of around the corner, that's the tower element from the main entrance. Again, some of the elements that you see here, the brick cladding, the metal detailing for the pilasters, the big eyebrow, those are all elements that we're looking to duplicate and mimic in the articulation of the new gymnasium wing here. So the next series of slides are just the existing floor plans and the proposed floor plans. So as you can see, this is that 1-story dining structure here. So this is the existing dining. And I want to point out the size of this orange block here. This is the existing music room, if you can imagine. And so as we get into looking at the new plans, you know, I want you to remember the size of this compared to what's being proposed. It goes right to the heart of, you know, what Jake was talking about as he explained the need to sort of accommodate the students with the appropriately sized facilities and the appropriate detail for what they need. So on the middle level, the first floor, this is the entrance to that upper area where we have our administration and our academic block. So this is that 3-story academic block here. This is all administration. There's the library in this corner here. This is the upper portion of some of these spaces here. So this is looking down on the roof of that, the existing dining hall. This is looking down on the roof of the ministry and the existing entrance. And then when we get up on the 3rd floor, you know, this is all classrooms, again, academic, and then this is administration here, and then the upper level of the library and the chapel, and then some labs and some existing maker spaces. So this is the proposed ground level. So this is where, you know, we're bringing the entrance out. So this whole 3-story structure comes out and it aligns with the existing gymnasium here and the block here, the academic block. On the back side, this is the dining hall. You can see how that's expanded and it aligns with approximately where that existing dining hall is. You can see the red dotted line. That's essentially the addition, that's sort of the footprint of the addition. So back here, we have our new 1-story addition that's right off of the auditorium. These are additional production spaces and dressing rooms. And then this is the 1-story structure, or the 2-story structure here for the athletic wing. There's a 1-story connector that gets you from the lobby here that sort of gets you around. But this is the gymnasium, the main field house gymnasium, and then the locker rooms that's going to be supporting that. One of the things I'd like to point out here is You can see the line in the back here that indicates the riverfront line, the 200-foot riverfront. And you can see that our building is sort of encroaching into that. We're also working with the Conservation Commission, and we've met with them, and we're talking through our design with them. But one of the nice things about this design is that as we are doing this, all of this area here is already developed. So it's already paved, it's already impervious. And so we're encroaching into that, but as I said, it's already developed. But in the end, we're actually, in this particular area, we're going to be reducing the amount of impervious in the buffer, in the riverfront area. So there's, this area changes a bit, and that is actually going down. I would like to talk just a little bit about some of the other site things that are going on outside the building. You can see that this is the access drive that comes around. So as we add this one-story structure here for the theater, we're going to have to modify the existing access drive. So this is going to be reworked. This will be an all-new access drive that gets us around here. And then as we come across the back of the building, this corner here is also going to be reworked. Right now, a school bus or a large fire truck or a trailer truck cannot sort of make this corner. And so part of the project is looking at expanding the width of this, regrading the entire corner. This is all riprap. The riprap is going to go away. A retaining wall is going to be added. And with the added width, we'll be able to accommodate all of the fire apparatus of the town, as well as buses and large delivery trucks. But again, going back, you can see how the size of the dining hall has been increased here. This is on the ground level. When we get on the middle level, again, when we spoke about that orange, the existing orange square that represents their existing music department, this shows the entire wing here appropriately sized. One of the reasons why we are popping the building up a little bit higher than the existing building is that from a sound perspective, there is a relationship of the size and the volume of the space that we need to create so that it does not create hearing injuries to the folks in it. And so these spaces here are all double height spaces, and this being the largest one, 20, the ceiling height is all of 20 feet in this area here. And that's really one of the drivers for the double height space. As you can see here, we have our student common. This is an entirely new space. The school doesn't have this space now, and it's sort of a double height space. This is looking down into the dining hall. This is the upper level of the athletic wing. So this is a multi-purpose room, multi-purpose spaces. And then when we get all the way to the top, what we have up on the very top, again, this is a double height space, so you're looking down into those music rooms. But we have classrooms and a lab. And as you look at this layout, you'll notice there's 6 classrooms across here and a lab. But one of the things is to keep in mind is there's really only a net gain of 4 classrooms, because as we're doing, working and creating this new addition here, we're losing some of the internal spaces and some of the interior classrooms. And so we're replacing them with this new wing. This is a view of that from that upper level looking down. So this is the main entrance, the main entry tower. This is that landscaped area. You can see the terracing that's going on, the seating element all the way down at the bottom there. This is again is a view of the back from the fields, looking at the rear elevation. Again, the double height space, the music spaces, the double height space into the gymnasium, into the dining hall. This view is in the plaza, so you can see the new addition in the rear. This is a glazed connector piece that connects you from the main building, gets you around that outside corner and into the new wing for the athletic facility there. This is the new entry hall. So the main entrance, as you enter the building, it's a new wide entrance that gets you all the way through. You'll notice the daylighting there. So this goes right on through the entire facility. This view here is the view at the center of the space as you enter the dining hall from inside. There's a small dining lounge on the outside here. Behind me is a new major stairwell that we're creating. This is a view from the student common looking down into the dining hall. You see our grand staircase here, a great architectural piece for student gathering and collaboration. And then this is looking on that upper level into the student common. This is the student common area. There's a doorway here. There's actually a small balcony here that's right off of the student common area. This is our orchestra room, one of the music rooms. As you can see, a very generous ceiling height for the sound. And then this is the space for our multi-purpose athletic area. So it's just a large space. There's a door behind, movable partition behind here so that the space can be divided, but it provides a multitude of uses. So that's sort of all of the architectural elements. Jake, maybe if you want to sort of close up.
Yeah, Pat, I think, great job. Just to recap, this space is really designed to just continue to enhance the programmatic offerings that we have and really make sure that the facilities we have aligns with the program, particularly in the arts. That's one of our main drivers here. And again, just to stress, we're not increasing enrollment, not adding grades. This is really to serve, existing growth inside the program. So with that, we'll turn it back to the planning board.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that very comprehensive set of designs and plans, very clear. Before I go to board comments and whatnot, there's one hand up. I just want to make sure he's not a member of your group that just wasn't promoted to panelist. Okay. So Mr. DeSaro, we will do public comment. I'll definitely recognize you to speak, but we typically go through staff comments and board member discussion first. So we'll promote you in a little bit, but thank you. All right. With that, let's start with staff comments.
I don't have any comments other than to say that this is still undergoing peer review. We had our initial meeting last week, and we're expecting to need at least another week to 10 days before we get the peer review report.
Okay. Thank you.
And
Amanda?
yep,
Sorry.
and I'll just add to bring to the applicant's attention, there was some comments from fire today on the portal. I think it would be good to touch base with Assistant Chief Colin McCarthy about the access drive all the way around and making sure it's enough for them, and also specifically if that 15 feet is enough on that corner where you're widening it. And then also just for the board to note, today we received a revised landscaping plan, which I added to your packet later this afternoon. And I went through and all of the landscaping is now Massachusetts native. So that is all set as well now.
Sorry, there's one that isn't.
There isn't?
Yeah, close.
Okay. Okay.
Nothing gets by me on those, Amanda, but yes, you were right. Much better, but I can address that after my colleagues.
Amanda, you stuck your neck out. You got killed.
I thought I checked.
There's just it's Connecticut, so it's close, but not quite right. We'll get there. Thank you though. I did see that updated plan, so I was happy to see that. Thank you. Okay, then I'll go to board member comments, and I see Tim's hand up. So Tim, we'll start with you.
Hi, thanks all. Nice presentation. Just again, I value having the Xaverian community within Westwood, though admittedly I'm a St. John's prep grad, so I won't hold that against you. I did notice in the agenda packet reference to utilizing the special events parking lot off to the side during construction. I guess, and maybe in that I noticed it'd be helpful for me to clarify, maybe it's from staff, what are the current restrictions in place for using that special lot? And as a follow-up, if that's a condition as part of this, what's the plan for students or faculty parking in that lot for accessing up to the main building? I know that's a very busy area, especially as you get towards the four-way intersection further down the street. So just asking in terms of safety concerns and thinking through pedestrians walking through.
I can speak to the existing decision for the that auxiliary parking lot. it's limited to use for special events, and I think they were estimated to be approximately 15 times a year. So for football games, for open houses, for music and art events at the school. That's what it's currently restricted to. This application comes with a request to ask the planning board if they would loosen up that restriction for use during the construction period. And then the applicant's team can speak to who would be parking there and how they would get to the school.
So just to that point, thank you, Nora. We do anticipate, Tim, that during construction, obviously we'll have to have some staging areas on site. It's yet to be determined precisely where those staging areas would be, but I think it's fair to assume that the event parking would certainly be required either for folks that have to be removed from our existing lots to provide for the staging, or vice versa. So there is a desire to use that throughout the construction here for sure. Pat, I didn't know if there was anything else that you wanted to share on that in terms of
Yeah,
the
well,
staging and locations.
I think in the big picture, it's really the overall parking counts, right? So when you look at the existing parking arrangements, there are approximately 453 parking spaces throughout the various parking areas on the upper campus. So there's 453 up here, and then the event parking, there's an additional 121. So after construction, when we build these additions, we're going to lose 11 parking spaces over here and 13 here. So there's a net loss of 27 spaces. So that's going to bring the total number of spaces down to about 429. And at any given day during the year, there's typically the usage of about 360 spaces. So normally there's a surplus, or there will be a surplus of close to 70 parking spaces after construction. And that does not include the 121 parking spaces down here for the overflow. As Jake was saying, as the construction works its way around the building, there will definitely be a need for additional areas for the contractors, for contractor parking, for lay down areas. And I think in our very early discussions with the construction team, I think that they've been talking about impacting somewhere in the range of 75 to 90 parking spaces, worst case scenario, where they need the lay down area and parking and storage and such. And so when you look at the overflow lot, the event parking, sort of adding that to the mix, there's easily a surplus in the 190 range that could accommodate construction as it's going on. But I think your comment about just the general safety is a good one. I mean, there is a sidewalk along here from the lower lot. And I think it'll probably be a situation where Jake and his team will work on who is it that gets to park down here, whether it's staff or students, and then leaving some of these areas up here open so the construction crew can be closer to the construction zones.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Phil, yes.
Just following on that, what about events? So if you have an event and you've taken up the bulk of that space for either contractors or something like that, have you thought through when there's a football game or there's some parent-teacher night or something like that?
Yeah, that's certainly something that we're going to have to work through, with our contractors and with our construction team, Phil, to make sure that when we have those events, we still have adequate parking. One of the things that I will say for our biggest events, even though we have the overflow parking lot, we oftentimes will use the backfield here. You can see it all the way. That is our last resort, Phil, if you will, where we park cars up there. So that's been super helpful in addition to the event parking to alleviate any concerns that we've had.
I just want to make sure that it's just, especially with the new members, my son graduated from Xaverian and I'm a big supporter of the school, but just want to make sure everyone knows that. And I love the school. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other board member comments or questions? Mike?
Yeah, I'll just I'll just add that I thought the presentation was great. The designs of the building, as they're currently envisioned, look really nice. I think it will be great for the school, great for the community. Yeah, I have two girls, so they won't be going to school at Xaverian, but they've gone to the camps there in the summer, and I know that's a huge draw for a lot of the younger kids in the area. So, thank you for being a host to that, and yeah, I look forward to seeing more of this as it develops. So, thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you, Mike.
Anyone else? Board members? I'll give it 1 second, then I'll jump in, and then if anyone else has anything after that. Yes, I really like the designs, and I really appreciate, as someone who is a very arts-focused person, although I also have a daughter, so we will not be in a position to use your school. I appreciate you investing in the arts in a time when that doesn't always happen. I appreciate you investing in the arts because I think they're really important. Creative expression is a big deal. So thank you for that. The designs are very thoughtful. I appreciate the way you're using your existing space and minimizing the additional impervious surface you'll be creating. I think that's really carefully designed. Also appreciated your updated landscaping plan, but the red bud was the only one that I was like, because that is a Connecticut native, but not Massachusetts. So you don't have to take my suggestions, but I would offer, you could always do more serviceberry. It's a comparable, if that's the feel you're going for, or a couple of red maples would be lovely in the fall. If you're looking for red, there's some flowering dogwoods that are native, but they tend to be white blossoms. So I don't know if you were really into that kind of reddish pink. So just a couple of ideas, but either way, that would be the only species that would not pass muster for me because Connecticut's close, but not quite. Aside from
Okay.
that, sorry, yes.
No, thank you for the recommendations. We'll review that with our landscape team. Absolutely.
Awesome.
You didn't realize
Otherwise-
what you were coming up against.
I'm a huge native plant person. I do love your choice of the tulip tree. That is a native tree that most people don't even realize is a native species and has the most beautiful blossoms. So that is going to look lovely. Nice choice and very good for our native ecosystem. So excellent choice. I think that's all I have for now. That would be the only feedback I would want to share with you prior to when we see you next. Okay, were there any other board member questions at this time? Otherwise, I'll open it up to public participation.
No.
Okay, then at this time, we would happily entertain questions, comments, feedback from the public. Please raise your hand to be recognized to speak, or if you prefer, you can enter your question or comment into the Q&A section of the Zoom app. We will just need your full name and address to be able to recognize your feedback or comment for the record. I do see Nick DeSaro has his hand up.
Hey guys, can you hear me okay?
Yes, indeed.
So Nick Tesaro, 445 Washington Street, one of the abutting properties right next to the event parking on the right. I wouldn't have raised my hand that early. A lot of what I was going to ask was actually addressed in the later part. I represent my mother, who lives in that property there, right along the right side, 74 years old. I just wanted to make sure, and this is where I was getting to, you kind of addressed it, that there isn't a ton of noise and construction trucks and machinery being delivered and parking in the event parking piece. It sounds like you guys addressed that. I also know, I've known Jake now 20 years. He's a man of honor. Had that happened, I could walk up the hill, and politely ask him, and it would be taken care of in a moment's notice. So just wanted that noted, paying attention to that. I want to just make sure it doesn't affect my mother and that property there.
Thank you very much. Good to keep in mind. Thank you for your feedback. Were there any other folks who wanted to share public comments? I'll give it a second. I'm not seeing any other hands, nor am I seeing anything in the Q&A. So at this time, one last call for any feedback from board members or staff that we think we should deliver to the applicant now so that they could incorporate it before we see them again. If not, I believe we just need to make a motion to continue this hearing. So
I move that we continue this hearing.
all right, I think we actually have a motion.
I
But
do. I'm just trying to get it up.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay,
I was giving it a moment just in case anyone
I
thought.
didn't want to put Nora on the spot.
No,
I think
I was just-
I need you to unshare, Patrick, and then I.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
That's all right.
Sorry about that.
That's all right.
And Nora, in the interest of helping, not expedite, that's the wrong word, but if board members think of things that they would like to share with the applicant between now and the next hearing, would it make sense for them to send that feedback to you to be shared?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it would. And we'll bring it up with the meeting that we'll have with the peer review staff.
Perfect. All right. Well, then I would entertain a motion.
I'll defer to somebody else now.
I'll read it. I move that the planning board continue the public hearing for the limited environmental impact and design review, LEIDR approval for 800 Clapboardtree Street as described in the application, therefore submitted to the planning board and filed with the town clerk on November 14, 2025, to the planning board meeting, which will be held via Zoom on Tuesday, January 20th, 2025 at 7 p.m., where a Zoom link and associated call-in numbers will be provided on the town's calendar on the homepage at westwoodma.gov.
I think that needs to be 26. January 20,
Yes, you're right.
2026.
Oh,
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
wow.
Boom.
You want to amend your motion?
Oh, excuse me, to January 20th, 2026 at 7 p.m.
Thank you.
Okay.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion at this time? Seeing none, I'll take roll call. Maureen?
Aye.
Bill?
Aye.
Tim?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
I vote aye as well. All right. We will see you in January. Thanks very much.
Awesome. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very
Appreciate
much.
your partnership.
Enjoy your holiday and New Year. Thank you.
Thank
You
you.
as well.
All right. Okay, then our next agenda item is 541 High Street, consideration of approval not required, A&R plan endorsement to convey land to 541 High Street from the abutting parcel to the north, which has no address. Nora, do we have anyone here for this one?
I don't see anyone. Do you, Amanda?
No, we had, since they didn't require any further revisions, they weren't going to join tonight.
Great. All right.
So I just want to show you the plan. I was looking at this evening before we started the meeting. So at your last meeting, you had approved or you had voted not to endorse the plan unless they made certain changes to the plan, which they actually did make. The most important change was down in the notes section down here, where it now says the intent of the plan is to divide the current map 09 plot 117 into two lots shown as lot 116B and 117A, where lot 116B is to be combined with map 9 plot 116 such that the new area of the map, let me see if I can't quite read it. The new area of the map will be 20,231 square feet. So all of that's right. They did make the changes they had to make. However, I was noticing right before we came here, they interchangeably refer to this new parcel that they're temporarily creating. This is being cut off from this larger lot and added to this, the commercial lot next door. Well, here they refer to it as 116B. Here they refer to it as 116A. Here they refer to it 116A. And down in the note, they refer to it as 116B. So
That has to be corrected.
it's a minor issue that has to be corrected. So what I'm recommending is that the board consider a new motion that votes to endorse this plan with that minor correction.
Are we putting them all as A or all as B?
I think it could be either one. It could
I
be
would go,
all
I would
as
go A because
A, all as
usually you have to
16B.
have an A before you go to a B.
It could even be 117B. So if you look, let me go back to that plan. Just 1 second. I shouldn't have taken it down. So normally when you divide a lot, this is lot 117, when you divide it into two pieces, those pieces are usually labeled 117A and 117B.
Mhm.
I guess they decided to name it 116 because they were combining it with lot 116. So it could be either named 117A, I'm sorry, 117B, 116A, or 116B. It really doesn't make much difference. What's important is that it's consistent throughout, that every reference is to the same number. So if it's all right with the board, I'd like to ask you to vote to endorse the plan with a numerical correction, and we will work with the applicant to make sure they correct it in a way that's acceptable.
I would suggest that we keep it consistent with what their expectation was. So I would go with 116A, so they
Okay.
understand what, as compared to the 117 might just be confusing to the applicant. And then just keep it as all as A's.
Yeah, I'm fine with adding it as a condition. I'll definitely make sure the Mylar looks right. If we do that, I know so if we approve it with the condition, are we covered as far as we're not just giving a de facto approval as is, we're good, and even if it takes them more than the 20 or so days to make the corrections, we're still okay?
That's fine, because what you're doing is you're voting tonight to endorse it with the correction. So
Okay,
until they make that correction, you're not endorsing it.
Do we
Okay.
need to identify it as 116A, or you think,
I don't think it matters. I think,
yeah, that's fine. I see what you have here.
and everything else looked right. They took care of the not a buildable lot at this time and made it not a buildable lot.
yes, yes.
So, okay, that was the one that really concerned me because that was a little too conditional. I didn't like the way that read, so I appreciated that it was fixed to be very definitive.
Mhm.
Any other board member comments, questions, or discussion on this item? I'm not seeing any hands. All right, I will end this motion.
I'll take it. I, Tim Aldina, move that the planning board find the approval not required application for 541 High Street dated December 8th, 2025 to be complete, and that the board vote to endorse the submitted plan with the minor parcel numbering correction discussed at the December 16th, 2025 planning board meeting as not requiring approval under the subdivision control laws.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, I'll take roll call. Maureen,
Aye.
Bill,
Aye.
Tim,
Aye.
Mike?
I
I vote aye as well. That motion carries. All right, great. Thank you. All right, our next agenda item is Housing Production Plan, public hearing for consideration of update to Housing Production Plan continued from December 2nd, 2025. All right. Amanda, do you have anyone coming in all right. I see Lou Rizzoli and yes, Lou Rizzoli. Fabulous. And Matt Giordano, wonderful. Hello.
Hi, sorry, I was rejoining as a panelist.
No worries. And Mike McCusker, wonderful to have the three of you with us tonight. Welcome.
One more coming.
Joe,
Oh,
we get a full house.
we
Madam
do.
Chair.
Joe
Wow.
Primatera, welcome to all of you.
Yeah.
Nice to have you here with us tonight.
Hello.
All right.
Nora, procedurally, they have to open their meeting, right?
They do, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Amanda, do I vote on both? Do I vote on that?
Nora? would
I
he-
see no reason not to.
Okay.
Okay. Welcome to the December 16th, 2025 meeting of the Housing Partnership and Fair Housing Committee. So first, we will be introducing our committee members and staff by name. So I have Michael McCusker here digitally with me, as well as Philip Giordano, Joseph Profitero, Lou Rizzoli. myself, Matthew Giordano. So this meeting, I had notes for it being hybrid, but is open to the public in person here on Zoom using the details found in the notice posted to the town calendar at westwoodma.gov. Members that wish to speak may raise their hand. The chair will recognize one at a time. While this is not a public meeting, well, this one actually is. So the chair may, at their discretion, open to public comment. In the event that the chair accepts public comment, you may raise your hand and wait to be recognized by the chair. If you are attending in person, sorry, skipping that part. So you may use your hand function on the Zoom and your name and address. And all public comments must include a full name and address for the record.
Excellent.
All right. So you have to bear with me. I'm coming down with a cold, so my throat is slowly going. But I'm going to present a broad overview of the plan. And please feel free to chime in at any point. You don't need to wait till I'm done presenting, and that goes for both boards that are on this call. The Housing Partnership has obviously already seen this. They went through this before they voted to recommend it to you guys as the planning board. And so tonight is the official public hearing in order to welcome public comment if we want any, or sorry, not if we want any, if we get any. Yeah, by all means, chime in if you have anything. I will try to go through it quickly. I know it's a late night. Okay. Okay, so as an overview of what a housing production plan is, it guides future development of housing, particularly affordable housing. It has three components: a comprehensive needs assessment, a community engagement section, and also goals and implementation. It sets goals to ensure we're meeting our community's needs, promoting housing stability for current and future residents, and continuing to exceed our 10%, above 10% on our subsidized housing inventory. Plans are updated every 5 years. So the town did their first one in 2019 with official adoption in 2020. They automatically expire after 5 years. And once the community adopts it, it goes to the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities for approval by them as well. So to give you just a quick review of the process, it's been 18 months. We had 2 larger scale engagement events. We did 2 surveys, and we had 10 public meetings throughout the course of this time. You have the hearing tonight, and then once the planning board approves this will go to the select board, not for a full hearing, but they will just vote to support the document. So starting with the comprehensive needs assessment. So this was taken from census data. Most of the data will be from 2022 because that was the most recent data set available when we started writing this. And I'll indicate if it's not from 2022. So our population is about 16,000 people right now. That is above what the MAPC predicted years ago for Westwood, and that is the trend we saw in a lot of Massachusetts communities. The UMass Donahue Institute is the only real predictor we have for future change, but there's a caveat to that. So they base that on historical birth, death, and migration trends and just assume those are relatively constant. And it doesn't factor in everything like pandemics or zoning capacity or things like that. So the other variables you can't exactly account for. So they are predicting that will be about 25,000 people by 2050, but take that with a grain of salt. It's just that this is the predictor that we have available to us, but it's not perfect. Looking at race and ethnicity, Westwood is a predominantly white community. You'll see that American Indian or Alaska Native and also Native Hawaiian and other Pacific Islanders not included in the chart. That was just because the data didn't capture anyone in those categories. It doesn't necessarily mean there's no one in those categories. It just means that the percentage was small enough that it wasn't detectable. And the reason we highlight this is just understanding that racial equity discrimination was a real thing at one point in time throughout the US. This isn't a Westwood specific thing. And so legacies of that do remain. And so we just want to keep in mind racial equity in this plan. Looking at age, we've known for a while this was clearly stated in the previous housing production plan, and the data shows that this is still the case. Westwood is an aging community. About a quarter of the population is 60 years of age or older, and only 40% of households have children under 18. To break that down even further, households with seniors, half of the households in Westwood have a senior living in it. A little less for seniors 65 and older, but what that tells us is in the next 5 years, we're going to see a big shift in the aging population. And then very few households living with their grandchildren. So a lot of childless households is what this tells us. It also tells us the need. We have seniors who their housing needs are going to change with time. And then I also want to note that the smallest group is young professionals, ages 25 to 39. So that can be a reflection of affordability. We don't necessarily know cause and effect for sure on that, but that's often an indicator of affordability when you see a low percentage of that age group. Looking at income and poverty, Westwood is an affluent community with a median income of almost $200,000. And what we are seeing is that the share of high income earners is growing while the moderate income earners are declining. And then the other interesting trend that we still, it would be curious to see how future data will change. We had the largest jump in poverty in over 10 years in Westwood, from 2021 to 2022. So just growing disparity there. Again, this is 2022. The other thing to consider is that this is a pandemic year, and so that can mess with data as well. And so when we do an update again in 5 years, it'll be interesting to see how that changes. Looking at our inventory of housing, it is predominantly single family, with very few mid-density options. Most of the housing units are owner occupied, and most of the homeowners have no mortgage. We also have over 60 ADUs, and that we have never denied any. So that was even before the bylaw changes took effect this past town meeting. There was minimal interest in it, so only about 60 of those. And this also shows, so the growing conversation in housing is what they call the missing middle. So having those mid-density options like townhouses, so something between a single family, but not a large scale apartment building either. And so we are seeing a little bit of that in Westwood too. Breaking down the housing types, out of the 5,600, roughly 5,600 units, a significant share are age restricted, and a significant share of our subsidized housing is age restricted. So there's a little bit of an imbalance there. However, in the last 10 years, only 2 of the new subsidized units that have been approved were age restricted. So there has been a shift in more of that intergenerational housing approach. And you see that too with the production of housing over the years. So you see a spike kind of post-World War II when the federal government was putting a lot of effort into housing production. And then you also see an uptick in the 70s. And this is where a lot of our age-restricted properties in Westwood were built. So Highland Glen, the older of the buildings, Westwood Glen. So that's why you see a bit of an uptick there. So, sorry, my throat's going. So the home price to income ratio, so how many times what your household is earning are you paying on a home, is at about 6.3 in 2023. The last time it was that high was in 2006 when it was at 6.6. But you can even go back to the 80s and just see how Now to buy a home, you're spending that much more of your income just to obtain home ownership. No homes are selling under $500,000 in Westwood. The median home price is about $1 million, just under. And the median gross rent is in 2022 was $2,100. We think this is likely an underestimation. Looking at Gable's rent in December 2024, it started at $2,900 for a 1-bedroom, up to $5,500 for a 2-bedroom. So $2,100 is probably not accurate, but that's what, when they average everything together, that's what it came out to. And we're also just seeing how renters are disproportionately impacted. So yes, the cost of buying a home is going up, but rent is going up even faster. So more renters are cost burdened than homeowners. Cost burden means you're paying more than 30% of your income, and it's a common measure that they use to track the housing health of a community. And this is the case everywhere. Renters are always disproportionately impacted. I think the other interesting thing was that even homeowners without a mortgage are cost burdened. So this could be things like utilities, taxes, other household related expenses that we're seeing an impact. And then the other thing that we want to touch upon, because this came up a lot in the conversation, is property values and taxes. So Westwood is predominantly a residential tax base, almost 90%. And what's happening is the rise in property values are impacting people's tax bills. So looking at fiscal year 24, the levy increase was 8%. That includes the Pine Hill Elementary School. But the average residential tax bill actually increased 12%. And a lot of that had to do with people's property values rising so much. And that was even after the select board shifted the tax burden so that commercial, industrial, and personal property were carrying more of the tax base. So to give you an example, a home valued at about $1 million in fiscal year 23 went up about $240,000 by the next year, so a 23.8% increase. And that meant a 10.9% increase in their tax bill. So understanding that it's not just about the tax levy, it's also how these properties are growing in value over time that are impacting people. So understanding what all the high cost of housing means. And again, that the cost of housing is not a Westwood problem. It's a Massachusetts problem and a US problem. So it's nothing we're seeing here that's out of the norm from what we're seeing elsewhere. But we are seeing the impact. So when the cost of housing goes up, we see increased displacement from people's housing, more cost burden households, increasing poverty, increasing homelessness, and overcrowding. So people choosing to live together that maybe are past the capacity of the housing unit, but just doing it because that's all they can afford. And then reliance on subsidies. This is a big one. So more and more people are having to, apply for housing vouchers. Just affordable housing is often not enough anymore. A lot of times the calls we get from people experiencing housing instability are people that are already in affordable housing and saying, I can't even keep up with this rent. And so then we have them apply for a voucher to further subsidize that rent. But then you're contending with wait lists. So affordable housing in itself right now in Westwood, it's about a 1 to 5 year wait, depending on the property. If you want to apply for an MRVP voucher, which is the state voucher program, it's 5 to 10 years. And actually right now, if you apply, it tells you they're not distributing any at this point in time because there isn't enough funding, but they are still accepting applications. So that 5 to 10 years may increase. And then Section 8 vouchers are about a 17 to 20 year wait. They actually stopped accepting Section 8 applications in January of this year because it became so overburdened that they just said no more. So we have people who are having trouble keeping up, but then the program that's supposed to help them catch up is increasingly harder to access. And a lot of this has to do with how the income limits for affordable housing are calculated. I won't go into this in too much detail because we've already talked about it a lot last year with the zoning changes that the planning board proposed. But that's a big part of this, is when the area median income goes up, so do the rental limits, and then people have a hard time keeping up. Oh, pause that. I didn't realize the sound was on. So let me fix this for a second. One second, just having. Okay. I have like 2 minutes to fix it.
Do you want me to sing?
If you would like to.
No, not really.
Phil, you have this memorized, don't you? Can you
Right.
just?
I could recite it off the top of my head.
Do we need to make a motion? Or are we good?
I would
We're
suggest
good.
that we move to take a biological break and give Amanda a little bit of time.
That is a capital suggestion because,
Not to be difficult, but
oh, I think that's a great idea because I was going to
dovetail into
suggest
the
that,
timing.
Do we have to do it twice then?
How do we typically do this? I think
that
what
we
Phil just-
You definitely need to
pause.
make a motion and we
Yeah.
keep track of what time it is and how
And
long you're going to
when
break
to
for.
return.
Right. And then you just bring the, yeah.
All right, I
Wonderful.
would entertain a motion that we take a bio break commencing at about 8:13, 8:14 to return by 8:15.
It's 9.
9.
It's 9.
Sorry. Wishful
I was
thinking.
just gonna say, what are you thinking?
9:13 to return
Can I
at
have more than 60
9:15 or
seconds, Ellen?
9:16.
You just gave us 60 seconds. I mean, I think we go with 3 minutes.
Okay.
I'm gonna move that we break at 9:13 and we return at 9. I'm gonna go 9:17. I move. Somebody's gonna
Not for
second it.
nothing, I was able to fix it, but
Oh
we
my-
can still.
Amanda,
Sorry.
what are you doing to us?
I'm so sorry, but we can still take a break if you want.
You have to second it. I don't think anyone seconded it.
Yeah.
I'll second it.
All right. I have a motion and a second.
And somebody for the housing, because I move for both.
Oh, good.
No, I think
Second. Just second the motion.
second.
Okay.
Well, thank you, Joe. Second. I
All right.
have a motion and a second.
Can I take roll call for everyone, or does Matthew have to take roll call for his folks?
It
Just
doesn't
go.
matter as long as roll call's taken.
All right, I'll just take it's faster. Phil,
Aye.
Tim.
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Maureen,
Aye.
Matthew,
Aye.
Mike McCusker,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Lou.
Aye.
I vote aye as well. All right, we'll be right back.
Goodbye.
let the record reflect that we reconvened both meetings at 9:18 p.m. Is that all that we need to say? All right, good. Back to it. Amanda, the floor is yours.
All right. Thank you for your patience. Sorry about that. Okay. So one thing I will add just about the previous section is that was a very high level summary. But I encourage you to read the plan if you haven't already, because we went pretty extensively into the data that was available to really understand kind of what was happening currently, and not just, to actually put numbers to what we're seeing. So the next section is community engagement. And this is just an overview of everything that we did throughout this 18-month process. So in the fall of 2024, we had a display throughout the season of at the library featuring our mascot for this plan, who somehow along the way developed the name Housie. So Housie, that's the assistant director of the library, Andy, in the costume. We had gone around town and did a video, and we're like at the parks and the library. We even went to the pool and we're interacting with people. And so we had a lot of fun with it. And so Housie and baby Housie, I'm not responsible for these names, lived at the library throughout the fall, and people had the opportunity to fill out visioning cards of what they want to see for housing. So we collected feedback in that capacity, and that was also to let people know what we were working on. The library was a big partnership in this. Then we did a survey. So the first survey was of residents. We had about 213 responses, which was slightly more than what we had with the last housing production plan. So we were pretty happy with that response. That's pretty typical of surveys that we do. And the demographic makeup of respondents was mostly proportional to the makeup of the population. So it was about what we expected to see. Although the one caveat is that most respondents were in the 40 to 49-year-old range and affluent, which did have some impact on some of the responses that we saw. But that's okay. There were a lot of interesting takeaways from this. And again, I encourage you to read the full plan. But in general, there was a lot about the need for housing that is affordable to our town and school employees, as well as families. There was a lot of discussion about the desire for more transit-oriented mid-density housing. People had positive feedback about the development that they saw and saw the benefits of that and were open to more. And also, interestingly, people who had like rental units said that they've had a positive experience finding people to rent out those properties in Westwood. We did ask about the hardship that they experienced, and this is where many of the respondents being more affluent probably impacted the results, because not many people said they experienced hardship in the last 5 years related to housing. But of the responses we got, most were about affordability. But interestingly enough, we also had an option about the ability to pay for utilities, and no one selected that one. So it was mostly about taxes, paying for maintenance and repairs, obviously paying for your rent or your mortgage. And then we've even had some people say they had to return to work to afford housing. We included that as an option because that's something we actually see quite often when we're helping people day to day when they come to us for housing assistance, where they say, I retired, but I went back because I just needed a little something to keep up. So looking at just the respondents that were homeowners, roughly a third of them intend to sell in the next 2 years, and most of that was intending to downsize. The things that they like about owning a home in Westwood is that it's safe, conveniently located, and ideal for all stages of life, meaning everything from raising kids to retiring in Westwood. They like the village-like character of Westwood and all the green space. And then a lot about enjoying the municipal services, especially the library and the Council on Aging. Areas of improvement, nearly 30% of the comments were about taxes. So that was probably one of the biggest things, which is also why we addressed it in the first section. Looking at how the renters responded, we saw that people reported increases of up to 20% in recent years, which was not surprising. That's what we saw in a lot of communities, especially during the earlier part of the pandemic. And then interestingly, people talked about how renting didn't always meet their expectations. So this also wasn't surprising. Sometimes we will hear from people where they go from being a homeowner to moving into an apartment and they don't realize what is taken care of versus what is not. For example, they will come fix if you have a plumbing issue, but they're not going to come empty your vacuum. So just kind of a mismatch in the expectations they had going from being a homeowner to becoming a renter. And then we asked why they rent. So some people who liked the access to the amenities and they wanted to downsize, or they were still trying to figure out where to live, so maybe they're still looking. But a lot of people chose it because of the convenience. That was the most popular answer. And then the second most popular answer was unable to buy a home due to availability. We do hear from people that oftentimes they will move into Westwoods and start out as renters so that they can get their children enrolled in school before the school year starts while they're still looking. But because inventory is limited, they often will do that just as a path in without creating any disruption in their child's education. Then we had a second survey of property managers and developers. We only had 2 responses to this, unfortunately. It was anonymous, so it's certainly not representative, but there were still some interesting feedback that we got through it. So one respondent talked about the need for public housing in Westwood. This was the only time it came up throughout the entire process, but Westwood doesn't have public housing. We have private affordable housing, but none of it is town-owned. There was a desire for the town to assist in public education on housing needs. So getting the community to understand some of the challenges people are facing. They feel that the town is very communicative, thorough, and open to feedback through permitting. So there were a lot of positive reviews about the planning board process, the ZBA process, whatever they have to go through. They felt that that was something Westwood really excelled in. The only area improvement, though, was maybe the length of permitting. Sometimes they felt it was a little long. But again, this isn't representative by any means, but just gave us something to work with. Then we had an event at the Council on Aging back in September of last year. And it was geared towards housing for seniors and people with disabilities. The reason we did this is oftentimes their housing needs overlap, and we held it in the afternoon and so that seniors could actually come. So it actually was well attended, and we even had people from some of the housing providers like Fox Hill Village, LifeWorks. So people really showed up, and it ended up being almost a learning opportunity rather than collecting feedback. A lot of it was realizing that people didn't understand the options available to them. So this was right around the time the ADU law passed, but the town hadn't passed any bylaw changes associated with that. And people had no idea they could already build an ADU in Westwood, that even before the state changed the law, that was an option already available to them. Or like some of the supportive housing providers didn't realize they were an exempt use. And so under zoning, they are allowed just about anywhere, and have a less intensive permitting process. So a lot of it was clearing up misconceptions, but then we also talked about alternative options. Like I said earlier, Westwood, it has a lot of senior housing, and yes, Westwood is aging, but the shifting approach that Westwood has really been trying to do, and then also other communities, this is kind of the recommended approach, is having housing that serves all people of various needs. And so looking at less traditional options, like how an ADU can be beneficial, for example, if you already own a home and maybe you want to downsize, then you can rent out your main home. Or we talked about cottage living, where you might have shared amenities, but then you have kind of a efficiency space to yourself. Co-living, this is a program that some cities have experimented with. Boston did a pilot where there's usually third-party companies that come in, and essentially they help screen finding a tenant, and they might live in one bedroom and have shared use of your kitchen, and in exchange for a reduced rent, they might help you with your groceries, or they might help with the lawn maintenance or things like that. So just kind of brainstorming and seeing how people felt about these different options. And then my throat really hurts, sorry guys. So then we had a larger visioning session at the library. This was held in the evening. And we saw some similar themes that we saw in other aspects of our community engagement. So people like the village-like character of Westwood and the municipal services available to them. One group even talked about the pride of living in a community that has prioritized the production of affordable housing. So the fact that we've been above our 10% threshold for many years and continue to be, they were glad to be in a community like that. For areas improvement, one group called for more of a cultural shift from NIMBY to YIMBY. Do you guys know what those mean? Do I have to? Yeah, okay. And zoning changes to promote cluster living, townhouses, and high density development near transit, and then also local financing options for housing development. So we took all of that and came up with a set of goals and strategies. There's four goals with a set of strategies going with each. And I'm gonna, again, just high level overview, but if you have any questions about them, just by all means, chime in. So the first goal that we set up is fostering a welcoming, socioeconomically diverse community. So recognizing it's not just about creating more housing, but how can we be more welcoming as a community? And so the first strategy is compiling publicly accessible resources to enhance mutual aid networks in times of need. That was our way of saying, when people need help, we want to make sure the information is readily available to them. And this is something that we've already also been working on as part of the Westwood Support Network, is making it so you don't always have to find a person when you need help. You can just go to the town website and there it is. There's how to apply to a voucher. There's how to apply for food assistance. Because oftentimes housing needs, when you're facing housing instability, it rarely just affects your housing. You're usually seeing impacts in other parts of your life. And so usually what happens when someone comes to us for help is it might start with me in helping apply to affordable housing, but then they're going to meet with Youth and Family Services to talk about counseling, and then they're going to talk to the food pantry to get assistance on that front. So making that a little more streamlined for people. Excuse me. The second strategy is establishing a citizen academy on housing related topics. So citizen academies are something more and more communities are doing, and actually Westwood has started doing this with our our interim town administrator has been doing it on just local government 101. They partner with the library, and anybody can come and they just kind of give a like basics of local government. And so this group, when they came together, really felt like we should do the same for housing. And so some of them can be geared more towards self-help. So like knowing information about what affordable housing options there are in town, how to apply to a voucher. We could partner with the Council on Aging and do an aging in place. But then also the group really wanted to address stigma too. So generating conversation around housing and understanding those needs and demystifying some of these terms that maybe get misused or misunderstood. The third strategy is formalize annual fair housing training. We've obviously started this already. The planning board did this last year. Tomorrow night, the new members get their training. And this came right from our comprehensive plan, actually. So this is just formalizing it even more of new members of boards that interact with housing issues in some way, just making sure they understand their fair housing obligations. And then the last strategy under this goal was conducting an interim needs assessment every 5 years and a comprehensive assessment every 10. This is what we put in as a just in case. So if the town's not obligated to update this plan after 5 years, there's advantages to doing it. But if we don't, what we're saying is, let's just check in on the numbers and then at the 10-year mark, do a more comprehensive assessment. All right, so goal 2, sorry. Is diversify housing options. So the first strategy is explore and if feasible, establish a Chapter 40Y starter home zoning district. Obviously, Nora had emailed you all about this, about potentially pursuing it for this year, which ultimately we're not doing, but this is a new law that was passed in 2022. It's similar to a 40R district. It's an optional thing that a town can opt into. And the benefit of this, and not only creating starter homes that stay as starter homes, is you receive a one-time payment for establishing the district, and then for every unit built within that, the town receives an additional payment. So there's a financial incentive there too. The second strategy is explore and adopt zoning measures that encourage cluster and townhouse style development. I think that's pretty self-explanatory, but that came up a lot in the feedback of what people want. Third one is preserve and increase affordable home ownership opportunities to ensure long-term sustainability of the program. This was taken directly from our previous housing production plan. For background, many of the home ownership units in our affordable housing program have deed riders that expire after 50 years. So starting around 2045, if those homes haven't been turned over and resold, we are going to lose some of those properties on our SHI. And so we're keeping this in as we need to always be looking for opportunities to preserve those units where we can, and also increase because we are going to inevitably lose some units from that 50-year expiration. And then expand affordable housing that serves households earning at or below 30, 50, and 80% AMI through zoning incentives such as density bonuses. This is a component that you're required to include in your plan and how you're going to account for these different affordability levels. Westwood already made a big step in the zoning changes that we did in May. So this is just further exploring, are there other opportunities without affecting the financial feasibility of a project to increase that? Yeah. Continuing with goal 2. So you may remember when we went through the Mumford rezoning, we rezoned that MassDOT parcel on Route 1, even though it wasn't eligible, just because it's literally right next to the Islington train station. And one of the requirements for a housing production plan is that you identify a publicly owned parcel for redevelopment. And the reality is we don't really have land that the town owns that is ideal for housing redevelopment at this point in time. And so we came together and said, well, here's a perfect parcel, and the state already has a program where they're supposed to be reevaluating state-owned land that's being underutilized for housing development. So this was our creative solution to the limited land availability in Westwood. Next goal is increase the SHI by at least 2% over the next 5 years. Because we're above 10%, we weren't required to set as ambitious of goals as you are if you're below your 10% threshold. But everybody felt 2% was, initially I'd proposed 1%, and everyone chimed in and said, let's do 2%. So
I don't mean to interrupt you, but I do see we have an attendee with a hand up. It says Michael's iPhone, and looking, I don't see Mike McCusker, so I'm wondering if we lost it. And that might be Mike. Sorry, just I just noticed that. So if that is Mike McCusker, if we want to bring him back in.
All right, I think it was. He accepted, so.
Sorry, everyone. Got kicked out. My computer had some problems. I'm back on my iPhone.
No worries at all.
I've been here all along. Continue.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Ellen. And then lastly, educating residents on less traditional housing options. So this was a suggestion by one of the housing partnership members of, hey, now that we've passed these ADU changes and there's these other options available, why don't we start letting people know? Because as we learned at the Council on Aging event, a lot of people don't realize, and even with the law generating conversation, there's still a lot of misunderstanding. So just some public education on that front. All right, goal 3, streamline and reduce barriers in the permitting process for housing development. This is something that the Housing Partnership really felt strongly about this goal. So then we looked at, well, how do we do that? So first is develop and adopt benchmarking to evaluate opportunities to reduce permitting timelines. This is something that will probably take some time, and figuring out how you fairly measure that, factoring in that every application is different. For example, a 22 Everett Street application is going to look very different than a change of use over at Good Plaza. So it's going to take some thinking as to what that looks like. But I was able to speak to the building commissioner about this as well. And he was favorable towards anything that would potentially show, are there staffing needs that maybe could be addressed through this? Can we put some numbers to what we're trying to do if timelines truly are a concern? Implementing surveying after construction's complete on multifamily and affordable housing developers. So just asking, hey, how was it? Was there anything you wished was different? Was there anything that was a barrier? 3C, again, this comes directly from the comprehensive plan. We're supposed to develop a housing policy guide, and essentially it's codifying our best practices. So that's carrying right over from an existing goal. And then strengthen partnerships with supporting housing providers and exploring development opportunities. So again, going back to that Council on Aging event where they don't really know the opportunities available to them, and saying if this is truly something that you would like more of, which is kind of what the general message was and has been throughout the engagement process, opening that conversation. And then conduct a comprehensive review of the zoning bylaws for potential barriers to housing production. So I am adding this as a proposed addition. We, it was in earlier drafts and then I unintentionally omitted it with the final draft. So the housing partnership did intend to include this. So if the planning board decides to vote tonight on this, I'm asking for the inclusion of this because it was supposed to be there, but I missed it. And we thought this would be a good project for a like a grad school program. Matt and I both recently graduated from the same program and have a relationship with those professors, and they're always looking for projects like this. So this is something that we can outsource to them as just like a fresh set of eyes where they come out with recommendations. Very similar to what Elijah did with Tufts on the microgrids. So big undertaking, but the perfect student project.
Amanda, we voted to include it, so it is part of what is on the on board for tonight.
Okay. Lastly, enhanced funding sources for affordable housing. So one of the challenges Westwood has is we're not rural, but we're not urban. We don't have any environmental justice communities. So qualifying for housing grants is really tricky. And so how can we fix that? So carrying over from the previous housing production plan, revisit exploration of the Community Preservation Act. I know this was tabled just given some of the concerns about taxes in the community. So all we're saying is let's revisit. Establishing municipal affordable housing trust to support the development of affordable housing and home repairs for income restricted residents. So how can we maybe help some of the smaller or developers, or not developers, but housing providers like Waha, but also when a income restricted family needs to make needed repairs but doesn't have the resources to do it, particularly people in our affordable homeownership program that have some of the larger homes that are aging. How can we set up a fund to assist them? Next, establish a process for the donation of market rate properties to nonprofit housing providers. So this is more of a informational thing. So once in a blue moon, we will get an inquiry from someone saying, I'm interested in donating my home for the purposes of affordable housing. And we kind of then scramble of like, there's not a clear-cut process, but like, and they just want to be able to do it quickly. So all we're saying is, let's have a written procedure so that the second someone comes to us, we can just say, here it is. And if they pursue it, they great. But you know, we're not encouraging or discouraging anything. We're just codifying. And then pursue reobtaining the Housing Choice Community designation. Westwood used to have this. Essentially, the state will release a set of criteria, and depending on how many housing units you produced over the course of 5 years, you have to meet a certain number of those criteria to get this designation. And the biggest benefit of this is you get access to a ton of grants if you get this designation. So working towards getting that back. And then last, educating affordable housing property owners and developers on financing options. So a lot of our housing providers don't realize some of the programs available to them. For example, the Highland Glen Apartments. So that's the older of the three, or the 5 total buildings over at Highland Glen. They're owned by different companies. So the older of the 3 buildings, they are 80% AMI like everywhere else in town, except that they've decided to pursue 2 different programs. They have project-based vouchers so that a portion of their tenants only have to pay 30% of their income. And then on the rest, they use low-income housing tax credits so that it's only 60% AMI. So what they've done is said like, yes, we have this regulatory agreement that says this is the affordability level, but they've pursued these additional subsidies that have made it even more affordable for their tenants. So letting people know that that's something you can do. And that's it. Any questions? Sorry.
You doing all right?
I'm hanging in
You
there.
gonna make it?
Yeah.
Thank you for that. It was really nice to see the update on this. I think I'll just go right to board member questions and Matthew, if you want, we can just kind of do this all together. I think we can. I'm happy in the interest of cohesion that if your board members have questions, we can just kind of do this all together rather than doing planning board and then housing authority or if comments. I think that way we've done this with joint meetings before and it tends to be a more cohesive conversation. So if that's amenable to you.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Awesome. All right. Then all both boards, questions, comments.
I'll just jump in, having been part of both. And I want to say kudos to Amanda. She's put an enormous amount of work into this. We all know that housing is an extremely important issue. Question is whether, Westwood takes concrete steps, and this is step number one. I think there's been a lot of work done, and I encourage everyone to vote favorably. If you have questions, I'm sure Amanda and Matt, and I'll join in if necessary, would be able to answer them. But this is a lot of work, and it's a good work product.
Thank you. I agree. I know this took a lot of work, years of work, and I appreciate the thought and creativity that I saw. There's things I would love to explore further, not necessarily right this minute, but I like some of the creative thinking I saw reflected there in ways to try and offer more housing choice without necessarily just saying, let's build some more large apartment buildings. Because I think many of us have always said housing choice to me doesn't just mean rentals or rental apartments in a large development. That I think I'd like to see more paths to ownership in that, and that's reflected in there. And even I like the smaller, like an ADU or something where they're not necessarily in a large complex, they're in a smaller unit, or that it's in, more of a single family feel in a neighborhood. I think that's really important. So I appreciate seeing that reflected. To me, that's true housing choice and not just we have affordable units in a 200 unit building, so thank you for that. Okay. Other folks have questions? Yes, Mike, sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's really well put, Ellen. Yeah, I was able to spend an hour or two with this document earlier this week, and it is an impressive compilation of data and analysis and ideas. I guess my question right now is what are we voting on tonight, and what significance does that have or impact does that have on the town? I know the document will be submitted to the state at some point in the near future once it's approved by the select board. So I guess I'm wondering, are we, with our vote tonight, committing to all of this and trying to do all of this? I like a lot of it. Some of it I'm hearing for the first time, and it sounds very interesting, and I would need more education, right? And also, obviously all these projects depends. It depends on, what's being proposed and where it's being proposed and everything around it. So I'm just curious about the commitment the town is making and kind of what does that mean in a practical sense? Is this aspirational? Are these ideas and we're going to try to get a bunch of these going, or are we committing to try to doing all of this and we're going to be held to it at some point? I'm just curious.
Yeah, so plans like this, it's not unlike the comprehensive plan or the climate plan that we did last year. In some ways it's aspirational, but the way plans are written is this is what we're setting out to do, but you're not locked into anything. So for example, with the 40Y district, it's not by adopting this plan, we have to have a 40Y district by the end of 5 years. It just means within the next 5 years, we're going to look at, is this something that works in Westwood? Do we have the land appropriate for this? it would still have to go through town meeting, like all of the normal processes that come into play for any type of zoning change or new program still apply. This is just setting the direction for the next 5 years. And the planning board is tied to some of these goals, just like the housing partnership is tied to some, and even the select board in a couple of cases. And you saw a glimpse of like what we do with the comprehensive plan earlier tonight when the Commission on Disability presented. So the housing partnership over the next 5 years will do check-ins with the various bodies of, you know, we have this goal, where are we on it? What can we focus on next? So that'll be that committee's responsibility to own it, and also myself. So as staff, we kind of each have plans that we're responsible for. Our conservation agent has specific ones. The town planner has specific ones. So this is a plan that I will oversee. And at the end of the 5 years, just like we did with the previous housing production plan, we do an evaluation. How did we do? Did we hit our goals? What didn't work out? Because things change. So you're not locked into anything. It's a plan.
That's what I figured. I see it as almost a great checklist of things to dive into and debate and see if they could work, see if it fits within the community, see if it doesn't, and kind of take these as kind of a guidepost to see what we can do to increase housing.
In fact,
Exactly.
Mike, that's because one of the things I drafted, and I've been working with the housing and the housing partnership and Amanda, you know, for a long time on this, and this is kind of the culmination. I had prepared a Chapter 40Y starter home draft warrant. There's some glitches which hopefully we'll touch upon tonight, but some of it is aspirational, and obviously the word goal implies that it is not necessarily a requirement. But I also think there is a high degree of need where one tool, such as like the MBTA communities, which we as a planning board before your tenure put a ton of time into, and I know there was some controversy over like 22 Everett Street and whatnot, but the real point I think is that was a you know, brown site. It was terrible. It was gone to waste, and it's going to create housing opportunities in this town with all sorts of affordable options, et cetera. And there were an enormous amount of applications for a very limited number of units. I forget the numbers, but Amanda will probably remind me. So I think it's something because we do have that, you know, that moderate income, the younger people trying to start out, and the older people, and that's where I think we as a planning board should be cognizant of that and take concrete steps towards it.
Yep.
Thank you. All good points. Joe, you've had your hand up for a bit, and then we'll go to Tim.
Thank you, Ellen. I just wanted to second what Phil said in regards to Amanda. I have to tell you, Amanda did, and I believe I'm speaking for the entire partnership. She did an excellent job. She was very thoughtful, deliberate, but most of all, she was very welcoming into input from all the members. They did an excellent job of balancing and listening, and I just can't give her enough credit. So, Amanda, thank you for a job well done.
Completely agreed.
Thank you for that. And yes, Amanda, we know this was a lot of work. Thank you. And thank you for always being an advocate for affordable housing. I really appreciate that from you personally. Tim, yes.
Yeah, echo. Thanks, Amanda, for the presentation. I guess one thing on my mind that I don't know if it was totally, it's probably implied, but not necessarily outlined in the presentation, is related to, you know, other town resources that come with some of the impact of additional housing, right? And I'm just extra cognizant of the fact of, you know, some of the schools in our town are kind of getting you know, larger in class size from a resource standpoint with you know, Pine Hill development, and thinking through making sure we have adequate resources for, you know, other pieces that come with housing. Is that a second piece? I assume like that's kind of an area to dive into as you kind of work through each of the specific goals and opportunities, because they're kind of more reactions to the specific goals, not necessarily coming beforehand. So I assume, is that something that you dove into as part of this process, or is the assumption that those kind of questions will come up as we kind of, to Mike's point, we dive into some of these aspirational goals and some of the potential consequences, both positive and negative?
Yeah,
Yeah.
public safety too is a huge aspect that I think, at least, especially over on this side of town in Islington and Downey, in terms of just adding more of those senior assisted living facilities that I think the presentation noted that are in need. Definitely a public safety issue has to go hand in hand with that. So that's Tim's question, I guess, is how do those work in conjunction?
Yeah, so I didn't cover it really in the presentation, but you do have to identify barriers as part of the plan. And the short of it is, everything Westwood would potentially see is the same thing another community would see. And that's where the funding goal really came into play, specifically with the housing choice community designation. The grants that you become eligible for can cover things as little as sidewalk improvements along a street where a bunch of housing development is taking place, or additional water connections. That's where the grants really come into play, because they do recognize that with more units comes more resource strain. And then the other thing we discussed in the plan is how all housing development in recent years, 10 plus years, has been a net positive to the town. I know it was before you guys joined the board, but with Everett Street, for example, they had to do a fiscal analysis and say, after you account for all the resources that this additional building will require, from public safety to electricity, everything, it still was a net benefit of $500,000 to the tax base for the first year. So the way Westwood, this goes back to speaking of how rigorous Westwood is in the review process, that's what we parcel out when we're bringing on new units, is factoring in all these things. And it has overall been something where the town actually benefits. Yes, use more resources, but the increase in tax base that you get still outweighs it.
Thank you. I'm just going to piggyback on, I appreciate that aspect, but I think what I heard from Mike that is a concern for me, given what just happened with a fire at Fox Hill Village, I'm all for creating more opportunity, but I guess this is my plea that we prioritize upping our staffing. If we already are struggling with public safety staff to be able to deal with some of the multifamily and multi-unit and multi-generational housing that we have, to make sure we can respond to emergencies in a timely manner. I think as it's kind of parallel or perpendicular to the housing production plan, but I could see that being a barrier if we don't have enough public safety to be able to respond in a way that's safe for everybody and successful. That could be a problem. So I guess I'm just putting that out there for the ears of the people that need to make those decisions, that I think I'm all for moving forward. I think this is important. We know housing is a need, but I think we have some challenges as far as staffing of our public safety resources that need to be moved up the priority list so that we can move forward with things like housing and offering more opportunities. So I'm glad that a couple of my colleagues brought that up, because I think that it's timely given what happened, over the last few days when we've seen emergency situations. So yeah, if we can, I'm just putting that out there as part of this conversation. I would hate to see that. It's already a concern, but I would hate to see that become a barrier so that we can't move forward with more opportunities that we'd like to create.
Ellen, I agree with what you're saying and what everyone else is saying. So for those of you who do not know, so I also work in Westwood school system. I work at the high school. Yeah, so I think we've touched upon one of the most difficult aspects with housing production here, and I'm glad this is being discussed because it's complicated in that when you add more housing, you add more burden to the town from a school side, from a resource side, from a public safety side. So it I will say from a school perspective, and as someone who, as an employee of the school and, sees it day to day, it is a difficult thing for our teachers. And there is some staffing challenges that has been a very tricky component that has been definitely with the balancing act. So I think it's something that we really should try to, when we hopefully move forward with this, I would plead to everyone else that we consider everything from all angles in this, because we're not just voting on housing, we're also voting on an impact indirectly to anything else within the town. And with a greater growing population comes a greater need for resources. And then that can cycle back to a greater need for taxes and property tax, which then can, spiral into other things. So I'm glad we're discussing this. I'll say that.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other discussion, conversation, questions from board members?
Yeah,
This-
I would just add, I know there was a provision in the report about education. And I loved reading that. I thought that was great. And that was for all the residents in the town. That was for everybody. But even for board members, like I would love if, if we might consider debating like a certain idea, for instance, the starter home development or something, setting aside 10 minutes at, a future meeting to have someone talk to us about it. What are the pros? What are the cons? What are the, things we need to keep in mind? What do you need to go back and think about? Just so when we show up to a meeting and it's on the agenda, it's not just like it's yes or no. And I really wish I could think about it more, debate it more with my colleagues. Some of these issues come up really quick. So things like that, I think it would be great to have some education and some discussion on, like, leading up to it, so we can really get deep into it.
Mike,
Thank
we
you.
have room on the housing partnership. You can join. We've been talking about it for a long time.
Maybe that's a good idea.
Amanda, let's add Mike right away.
Yeah.
You just signed yourself up for that. Maureen, yes.
I thought it was a very, excuse me, very thorough, well presented, and it was a lot of information. And there are a lot of things we can do, but I know there are barriers, which everybody has already spoken about. But I thought it was very good work. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Maureen.
Yeah.
Well, this is a public hearing, so while I don't necessarily see really anybody else here, I will open up the floor to public comment. If anyone would like to offer feedback on the housing production plan, please raise your hand or enter your comment into the Q&A section of the Zoom app. We will just need your full name and address for the record.
It's now after 10 and there is no one in the attendees list.
Perfect. Well, we have fulfilled our legal obligation of having a public comment period. So we can move on from public participation. So what are people thinking? Are we wanting to move to a vote? I know the select board needs to weigh in on this too. Are we as a board at a point where we would like to vote, or how are people feeling? And what does staff recommend at this time?
So what I would recommend is what was done in the past for the original housing production plan. And that was that the planning board referred it to the select board and waited for the select board to submit comments back to the planning board, and then the planning board adopted the plan.
That sounds reasonable, particularly if that's the way we typically handle it. How do my colleagues feel about that?
I don't have an issue with that. I'm comfortable
Makes
with
sense to me.
All right.
Joe, any thoughts, since you're part of both? I think it's a great idea, but
We're Joe.
you're muted, Joe.
Thanks, Phil. No, I like that plan. I think it's Nora, that was a great suggestion.
Yeah, I agree.
was just going to say, I have a feeling we might have a motion to that effect.
Okay, I'll take this one. I move that the planning board continue the public hearing for the 2025 housing production plan to the planning board meeting, which will be held via Zoom on Tuesday, January 6, 2026 at 7 p.m., where a Zoom link and associated call-in numbers will be provided on the town's calendar on the home page at westwoodmad.gov.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll take roll call. Phil?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Maureen?
Aye.
Tim?
Aye.
Is this technically a public hearing for our colleagues on housing, or is they just having a meeting?
They're just having a meeting.
Okay, so I will not call roll for y'all. And I guess I vote aye as well. That motion carries. So now we hand it over to Matthew to close their meeting.
Yes.
Mhm.
All right.
Matt, I'd be happy to make a motion to adjourn the housing partnership meeting.
Yeah, Joe, what I just wanted to say before we do so, thank you all here at the planning board for hearing us and for being willing to look very closely and thoroughly at the housing production plan. I cannot stress enough how hard we all, and specifically Amanda, have worked on this for a very long period of time. This has been, I joined the housing partnership and was kind of thrust into this, and this has been our main focus for the entirety of my time here. So thank you all very much for hearing this, for being willing to trust us, and for continuing it to the select board. So we really appreciate it. So I hear Joe's motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
A lot of seconds.
Roll call vote.
We'll go with Lou's second. Lou wants the second the best.
I hear a second from Lou. Roll call vote. Mike?
Yes.
Lou?
Yes.
Joe?
Right.
Bill?
Aye.
And I'm I as well. Thank you very much. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
We are adjourned.
Thank you
Thank
for,
you
everyone.
for
all
staying
your
so
work.
late, guys.
Yes,
Yeah,
and thank you
you're
for all
welcome.
your work on that. That's quite a work product. All right.
Thank you, planning board, for listening to us.
Of course. Of course. Thank you.
Present. Thank you.
Thank you all. Have a good night.
You
Good night.
too.
Good night.
All right. So our next agenda item, sorry, I need to go back to my other window here, is rules and regulations, public hearing for consideration of amendments to various planning board rules and regulations, standards, guidelines, and meeting procedures, continued from December 2nd, 2025. I'm going to make a radical suggestion, given the hour, and that this is truly an internal matter, and quite dense, that we continue this without discussion to whatever date staff recommends is a good one, because we still have to talk about our zoning articles, and those we must finalize some sort of list for the warrant this evening. So if nobody objects.
I move that the planning board continue the public hearing for amendments to various planning board rules and regulations, standard guidelines, and meeting procedures to the planning board meeting, which will be held via Zoom on Tuesday, February 10, 2026 at 7 p.m., where a Zoom link and associated call-in numbers will be provided on the town's calendar on the homepage at https://www.townhall.westwood.ma.us/period.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second.
I was pausing and then I realized nobody's seconding.
Nobody's second. I was about to say, can I get a second? I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll take roll call. Maureen?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Tim?
Aye.
Phil?
Aye.
I vote aye as well. That is continued to February. All right, our next agenda item is warrant articles, continuing our discussion of potential warrant articles for the May 2026 town meeting. Staff.
So we have a long list of warrant articles, which we advertised. They will be running in the newspaper beginning on Thursday. They'll run 2 weeks, and then the public hearing will begin on January 1st. So I will just walk you through the list of what these articles are. These are the ones that came out of the November 18th discussion and the December 2nd discussion, and there may very well be more articles than you actually intend to pursue, but you can give that some thought. They're advertised, and you have the option of pursuing them if you wish to. So the first one is the what we call the BESS article. It's about battery energy storage systems. This is the one that I discussed, and Elijah brought up that there's a state model bylaw that has been recommended, and many towns are adopting that. So this is an opportunity for Westwood to consider whether it wishes to adopt that, to have an opportunity to assert some control over where these BESS facilities could go and where they could not go. The next article is proposing amendments to adult daycare. Specifically, there's a section that allows adult daycare but limits it to no more than 20 attendees at a daycare facility. And the recommendation here is to consider either removing the cap entirely or increasing it to 30. This article is at the request of the town's one and only adult daycare provider. The next article affects animal daycare. This one would recommend changes to the bylaw. Right now, we have two different categories. We have commercial kennels and we have pet care facilities. A pet care facility is like a groomer. And our pet care facility definition specifically excludes animal daycare. It only allows you to take care of animals, but not to keep animals, is I guess the way I'd put it. That pet care facilities are allowed in our local business districts as well as in the highway business district. Commercial kennels are only allowed in the highway business district and not in the two local business districts. We have a request from two pet care facilities, groomers, that would like to also engage in animal daycare. So this is an article that would allow the board to consider whether or not that's something that they would want to propose that voters consider. And the way the initial draft is written, it would make commercial kennels a possibility by a ZBA special permit in the two local business districts. And it would remove the prohibition against animal daycare in association with the pet care facility, as long as that special permit had been obtained from the ZBA. The next one is a zoning bylaw relative to definitions. There are several definitions we'd like to update or amend. There may be some we want to delete. Specifically, ones that come to mind are definitions related to electric vehicles. We don't have that term defined in our bylaw, yet we use the term. So, but there are others. This one we will be fleshing out throughout the process. Article 5 proposes amendment to dimensional regulations. So there's a section in the bylaw in our dimensional regulations where we explain what setback requirements are in the various districts, but we allow some portion of a building to be within side setbacks as long as that portion of the building does not exceed 15 feet in height. It has recently come to the building commissioner's attention that some architects have and builders have interpreted that a little bit differently than he interprets it. And in at least two cases, the former building commissioner interpreted it differently. So just to make sure we're perfectly clear on what the bylaw says and what it means, that if you have a structure that falls within that setback, say in the single residence C zone, the setback distance from your side lot lines is 20 feet. You can go as close as 15 feet with, say, a garage or a small addition to your home, as long as the portion of the building that's within the setback does not exceed 15 feet in height. Couldn't go up to a full-size building. So the language is less clear than it probably should be. So this is a recommendation that came from the building commissioner to propose an amendment to that section of the bylaw. Then we have Planning Board Article 6. This is a rather open-ended advertisement that allows changes to the Administrative Office Research District. Last year, the board discussed an article that affected changes in uses within that district. We decided that it would be best to advertise it to be more broad than that, to allow for changes not just to uses, but to dimensional requirements, to screening, to buffer zones, and even to the mapping of the district itself, so that you could potentially change where the ARO was located or separate the two ARO districts to make them independent of each other. So this is very broadly advertised, but I would like to hear from board members specifically what their thoughts are on this, so that we can make sure that that draft that goes to the newspaper on Thursday at least has a start to accomplish what it is you have in mind. The next one, Planning Board Article 7 proposes amendments to short-term rental properties, amendments to the zoning bylaw, and then Article PB8 proposes amendments to the general bylaw relative to short-term rentals. So we're drafting two articles, one that introduces the concept of short-term rentals in the zoning district, and then one that actually regulates that type of use through some type of a registration procedure in the general bylaw. Planning Board Article 9 proposes bylaw changes or zoning map amendments relative to indoor commercial recreation. This is another one we need to hear a little bit more to flesh out what it is you'd like that draft that gets posted before the newspaper article runs on Thursday. We want to make sure we have that initial draft at least close to what the board had in mind. Planning Board Article 10, this one proposes changes to the flexible multiple use overlay district. This is a placeholder. I know Michael at the last meeting had spoken of interest in increasing commercial development, and this was the best we could do to have a placeholder for what you might want to do there. So we can discuss this and see if you want to go forward with something this year on FMUOD, and if not, we can remove this article. And then the final one is housekeeping amendments. We always have errors, inconsistencies, incorrect numbering that we find over the course of the hearing, and so we have an article to tackle that. So those are all the articles we advertise. We can do anything that's within the scope of those articles. We cannot do anything that's beyond the scope. So I'd love to hear from planning board members what you'd like us to do for the initial drafts.
Excellent. Thank you. So my thought is, and if anyone objects, please just jump on in. I think we should just go through each one, and all board members can say whether we think we want to pursue it. And then if there's, some of the things that Nora asked that we clarify, because some of them I have some ideas around that might be necessary as far as how the directions go. I'm sure you all do too. The ones that we want to keep, if it requires further fleshing out at this time, we can do that. But I think we should, just go through 1, 2, 3, and give them thumbs up and thumbs down, and anything that's a thumbs up, anything that staff needs from us at this time, we can have those conversations. Does that make sense, Nora?
That does. That'd be very helpful.
All right. So let's start with PB1, battery energy storage systems. How do y'all feel about that? I see a thumbs up from Mike. I guess the question is there anyone who thinks it's not worth pursuing at this time?
I think it's worth pursuing.
I agree. I think we should also, if we can, take a field trip to the one that's going up. I think it's Milford or, somewhere out on the way to 495 on 109. It's interesting to see what one of those looks like. And while it doesn't really have an environmental impact, I think getting ahead of this and having some sort of regulation of the space it will occupy is a good thing. All right, so it sounds like PB1, we want to move forward. How about PB2? Anyone have any objections to that? I'm not seeing any.
Is this one where we need to decide if there is an increased cap or no cap at all? Do we need to delineate between those?
You don't have to decide that now. So the way the draft is written, it gives you options. Both are
Gotcha.
advertised, and you can choose which way you want to go.
I'm good
Later,
with it.
after you have your hearing.
Yeah.
Good question. Okay. Does anyone object to advertising it? It sounds like it gives us the flexibility to really hammer that out later. But is anyone objecting to the concept of allowing for more?
No, it's do they have special rules for like caps on because of the area of the building or the size of the building? Do you know? And
So the one daycare we have is in a single family home.
correct, yep.
The building has setback requirements, so if they wanted to put an addition on the building, they would have to meet the building code and they would have to meet the zoning bylaw.
Mm.
But that wouldn't affect the number of people that they're allowed to have inside. There's also an occupancy load that they would have to have that reviewed by the building commissioner.
It wouldn't negate state sanitary code. So
Yeah, I'm just wondering if there's any other rules or regulations to increase from 20 to 30 for the adult daycare. Okay,
So that the 20 number cap was something that Westwood put on for whatever reason
Yeah.
30 years ago. What the reasoning was, I don't know.
no, I think it's reasonable.
Excellent. And it's in our conversations, what I might find helpful when we move forward to talk about this is to kind of get a comparison to like all the other types of daycare. Because it sounds like this one's kind of the outlier. So it might make sense to try and make all the daycares comparable enough. If that makes sense.
Right, adult daycare and the child, because the barn, there's one on Canton Street too that has the children, I believe.
Barnyard.
There's no cap. Is there any cap on the children's ones?
There's not. They have licensing that they go through that might impose a cap, but the town does not impose a zoning cap.
Okay.
What out of curiosity, other town comparables? Are there any other data points to leverage or?
I have not
Licensing
found
does
any other
impose-
town that has a cap on
All
adult.
right, we're really unique here then. Okay.
Licensing does impose caps, I know for a fact.
Yeah.
There's several limitations that are required under the licensing.
Okay. So do you have to make sure that the license is comparable to the,
So our zoning doesn't have to have any reference to the license. You'd have to have the zoning appropriate to have the facility in town, and then
Yep.
you'd have to get the proper license to operate the facility.
And if you violate the license, you lose your license.
correct, and then you don't run the daycare.
Yeah. So it really seems like the number's irrelevant. It's the
Yes, yeah.
adherence to the license.
Yeah.
Yeah, I assume the state regulates the issues that we might be theoretically be concerned about, right?
Mhm.
Right. So the cap that we have in Westwood is
20.
arbitrary, really. It's unnecessarily restrictive.
Yeah, that's my sense. And if we're like the only town in the area that's capping it, I think it sounds like we're all in favor of advancing that article.
Yeah.
Great. All right, PB3, animal daycare. What are folks' thoughts on allowing like pet daycare? Sorry, I'm just reading this again. We're not talking about what commercial areas specifically in this article, right? The way it's written gives us the time to kind of discuss that later.
Yes, yeah, it's open-ended, but the intent and the reason it was requested was specifically related to local business A and B.
Okay, so that would be essentially the two town centers, as it were, 109 side and Islington.
And Washington Street, right?
Okay, just for context, but we're not bound by that per se by
We're
this.
not.
Okay.
No.
How do folks feel about the idea of allowing that use at all?
It's a good question.
This is another one where I would actually, I shouldn't assume. I was just reading something recently about the oversight statewide for like doggy daycare is not as stringent as I would think. So I guess that maybe that's a question I have, Nora, is
Are we being?
yeah, if we if we were to move this forward, what other entities would have oversight to say if the space really is only appropriate for X number of animals? Who would regulate that?
So this proposal would be for a business to go to the ZBA and request a special permit with a very specific plan for how they would run their business. So just to explain a little bit further, what we have right now is we have a pet care facility on Providence Highway that's in the Highway Business District. And because they're in that district, they're able to have an approval for a commercial kennel. So they have the pet care facility and the kennel license and kennel approval, and they can put them together and have animal daycare as well as grooming. And the businesses that are on High Street and Washington Street cannot do that because they don't have they're not in the Highway Business District, which is the district that allows the commercial kennels. So if it's something the board's interested in considering, and it's a request from these two businesses and from several of their customers, that the board at least consider it and decide if it's something that they wish to go forward with or not.
Thank you.
I question whether this is needed for this year. I think there's lots of other things that probably have a higher priority.
I'll speak. Yeah, I agree with Phil. And to be honest, too, in my mind, there's a very different setting between those districts, right? So and if they're without knowing too much about the industries, I just think about other noise concerns. There's a lot that goes into this one.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a defer, but go with everybody else.
I do see our building commissioner, who I didn't realize was still here, but I'm glad he is, has his hand up. So Mike, if you want to.
Mike, don't you have something else to do tonight? What the heck are you still here for? We're stuck, but you're still here.
He wanted to see the housing production.
I am also the zoning enforcement officer, so I have a vested interest in these things.
Excellent.
No, I just to add a little bit of context to this one, to the animal daycare or providing that in a pet care facility. The two businesses in question that have requested this change to the zoning bylaw were actually running doggy daycares for some time at their properties already, for, I don't want to say years, but for several months at least. And it was just recently brought to our attention, or we were made aware that this was happening, and that kind of spurred this deep dive into what was allowed in what district, where, and when, and why. So, some of those concerns might be allayed by the fact that they were doing it. Nobody knew it and nobody noticed it. But I can't necessarily speak to other regulations and whatnot, how that would be all flushed out through the state and also through the ZBA for special permit processes.
Mike, were they running it without authorization then, effectively?
Yes, and it was a misunderstanding, miscommunication. They had a pet care facility and didn't necessarily understand that our definition in Westwood of a pet care facility did not allow for doggy daycare. These weren't overnight kennels, weren't doing 24-hour boarding or anything like that. They were taking in animals for extended periods during the day, multiple days a week, so to speak.
So we're not talking, at least so far, we're not talking, because I've used doggy daycare in the past, and when I hear that, I think of facility that's got an outdoor area and the dogs are going out to play, and it sounds like that's not necessarily what's being asked for, because I think that would be something I'd be a little bit more concerned about.
Well, this change, or at least the way that we're looking at it right now, it wouldn't put that as a necessity or requirement or specifically allowed. I think it would be something on a case by case, like Nora was saying, where somebody would have to present to the ZBA, this is my business plan, this is where we would like to do it, this is the facility that we have, and this is what we'd be looking for. I don't know the exact details of the two entities that were doing it before, if they were, in the building for 2 hours at a time, and then somebody would take 6 dogs out for a walk, and then they would go back for 2 hours and then do the same rotation through, or what. But it was above and beyond just I'm dropping my dog off to be groomed, I'll be back in 2 hours type thing. It was dropping off on the way to work and picking them up on the way home type thing.
I see. Okay. Thank you. That's helpful context, at least in the context of the existing businesses that we're hoping to get to be able to do this with permission. I guess that's the best.
How about not in violation?
Yeah, thank you.
Over many years. Okay, well, that clarifies some things, but
Okay, so I think I still, if we were to move forward with this, I would still have a lot of questions and probably concerns about the scope and the oversight.
Yeah,
Because there's a lot
agreed.
to that. And like I said, I was reading recently that there have been complaints that the state doesn't actually regulate animal daycare and playgroup facilities to the level that most people assume they do as far as licensing goes. So I guess my question would be, I don't want to open a can of worms if there's not going to be, like, would the Board of Health oversee that or what? I'm not
No,
articulate.
I
the
also
Board of Health
question,
would not.
Okay,
It would be a zoning board special permit, just like you'd get a special permit if you wanted to operate a motor vehicle sales facility. If a special permit's required, you can't do it without a special permit.
okay,
When an applicant applies to the ZBA, all the abutters are notified, they go to the hearing and they discuss any particular concerns for the location and the proposal. So that's what's proposed here. What I would recommend is that, since we've already advertised it, that you take it up at your hearing, and if you don't wish to pursue it, don't pursue it. But by taking it up at your hearing, you at least give the people who asked for it an opportunity to be heard.
okay.
I mean, if they've been operating kind of under the radar for a long period of time, I question whether or not, and especially if the staff's limited bandwidth should be spent on working on this. I think it should be deferred.
Yeah, and to agree. It seems like they're asking for something that
They
because
got caught.
Yeah, yes, yeah.
I will say that it became known that they were doing this, and they were doing it to benefit Westwood residents who are looking for this service. And those Westwood residents have been the ones that have requested that the board take this up as a consideration. So I would think that it would be appropriate to allow those residents to come and talk to you about it, and then make your decision if you want to not go forward with it. You could cut it out now, but it has been advertised, so those residents will see the advertisement and they will probably come to the hearing anyhow and ask you why you're not considering it. So I would encourage you to take it up at the hearing and decide whether or not you want to pursue it at that time.
I was just gonna say that, like, I envisioned something totally different when we first started talking about doggy daycare. And it might just be that they thought that this was just however many few hours during the day and a couple walks, and it wasn't really, they weren't really housing, they weren't really
They were
doing.
doing an overnight.
Sorry, Maureen?
They weren't doing like an overnight or anything.
Yeah, and so maybe, you could give the benefit
of the doubt, but.
Yeah. And if it was only for a select number of residents, they weren't advertising it, they weren't developing into a massive operation.
Yeah. How many clients did they have that actually used this? Was it just?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just judging on the size of the facilities, I would say it was fewer than 10, but I couldn't, I don't have statistics on it. I just know that they're
Because they
grooming
were doing it.
facilities. Grooming facilities that were
it
having
was-
dogs come back multiple times during the course of a week. Clearly, you don't get groomed more than once a week.
Right.
Yeah, in my conversations with the business owners, and forgive me because I don't have the notes in front of me, it was between 6 and 10 maybe a day, but it was kind of, this is 2 days a week for this one, 3 days a week for this one. They were advertised on their websites to their I don't want to say in their defense, when they were caught. There was emotional conversations being had, and things ceased, to their credit. So they got caught, slapped on the wrist, and haven't been doing it since. I do know that at least one of the businesses has said, well, this is kind of my bread and butter. I don't have a business if we don't do this. So they're kind of in the lurch, waiting for yay or nay on something to happen, I guess.
So I just took a quick look too, and I vaguely remembered something called Ollie's Law passed recently and will take effect next year because of some incidents at these lesser regulated daycares that Ollie was a puppy who, let's just say, he had a bad experience. But the oversight's going to increase, and some of that may trickle down to us because I just looked it up, and there will be more oversight of animal daycare facilities and boarding facilities from the state level, more law requirements, but also there's reference to local zoning bylaws. So depending on how that plays, it may be more than just us allowing it. I think I'd like, I agree with you, Nora. It's been advertised. There has been an ask from residents for us to discuss it. I think we should talk about it at the next meeting, but by our next meeting, I think I'd like some more information on how this legislative change would affect, if there's other things we would need to do, if there's other local bylaw changes, whether it's us or zoning bylaw or general bylaw. I think we need to know more about what that entails. I think that would be important. Just because if we are going to do something with this, I want to make sure we do it correctly and that whatever level of oversight we can and should be providing on the local level should be there. Because that's what we were just talking about, other kinds of daycare. We handle it through zoning to some degree, but then there's a state level oversight that takes over. I'm just concerned about the potential for unintended consequences if there's a business running this way and there isn't the kind of oversight that there is for other types of daycare. And again, that's not necessarily just a Westwood problem, but there's been a lot of stuff in the news lately about the lack of regulation, which is why this law is passing. But that legislation may change things for us. So if we can get some more information about that, I think that would be helpful.
I think it's analogous to a daycare that loses its license. Of course, they may have a small facility, they're providing a neighborhood facility. If there's a change in the law, I think we're jumping into the breach without knowing where we're jumping. So
Let me just make it clear that law affects kennels in general. So we have kennels in Westwood. Those aren't going away if you don't tackle
Right.
this law, so this zoning bylaw change. So either way, whether you take it up or not, we have other kennels, and those kennels will continue to operate because they are conforming with the zoning.
I'm just wondering if there's anything else we would need to do for a daycare as opposed to kennel, or whether, well, maybe someone can answer me this. If they would they have to get their kennel licenses?
They would.
They
Yes,
would.
that's what they would need, a kennel license to operate a daycare facility. Yes.
Do we have limited kennel licenses in town? Is this something that they're going to be able to do? I remember hearing that there was only so many. Is that true?
No, there's not a limit on the number that can be issued. There's a requirements that have to be met in order to get a license.
it's comparable. You have to jump through the hoops. It's like,
So that's where some of the oversight comes in. That makes me feel better. Because that is established law and that is established regulation. So that makes me feel better. Given that this is something that Westwood residents have asked for, I feel that we should at least talk about it. And if once we have a public hearing on it, if we determine that we don't want to move it forward or it's not appropriate to move it forward, I can get on board with that. But I'm a little reticent to drop it right now, but I will, it's a majority. I will respect the will of the board.
I'll just repeat. I think we should be more focused, and this one is an easy defer.
I guess we kind of need to pull the board then. So
We probably, I mean, a little bit of a split. I mean, I'm not wedded, deeply, but I think we need to focus our energies because the ARO is going to take a lot of, is going to be one that's going to have attention. There's others that I think we probably, and the staff with Elijah not being around, having limited bandwidth, I think we should probably put our energies elsewhere.
fair points. All right. Well, I guess Nora needs an answer. Staff needs an answer as to whether or not we want to move it
We
forward.
should probably pull.
So yeah, let's pull the board. All right. Well, Phil, I think we heard you, but
What-
I heard, yes.
Sorry, what work will the staff have to do between now and the time we hear this publicly? Will there be any work for the staff to do?
Not significant work. We already have an article drafted.
Okay, thank you.
We'll
Sorry.
do some more research that Ellen has requested.
Is there, and if that's too much, I can honestly kind of look at it myself, just, and I can share whatever I find too.
Yeah, I mean, my feeling is I would like to hear the residents, but I don't think I intend on moving forward with this. I don't know if I'm prepared to allow this in the other districts, or think about the restrictions I would want put on it, or you know what I mean? I don't know if I want to go that far this year, but just to hear them and give
Yeah,
feedback.
to hear them, and then if
Yeah.
That was a good
Okay.
question about how much of an impact would it have to staff between now and then. So before I pull the board, are there any other questions board members want to ask to help inform their answer to, do we add it to the public hearing list?
Do we have some information that could be shared with the board on Ollie's Law and what that's going to do, Nora?
I can have that in your packets for the next meeting. I
Yeah.
don't have it
Well,
currently.
if it goes forward, because I don't like to be talking about things in a vacuum where you need to know some things that are coming up.
We'll sorry, my voice is almost gone. We'll compile information and get it out to you.
Amanda, save your voice.
Yeah.
did you lose your voice?
I need
Yeah.
it for fair housing tomorrow.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that'd be good.
So I'll poll the board unless anyone else has any other questions that they need to decide now about whether or not we keep it on the agenda for the public hearing. Not seeing any. All right, Tim.
We can keep it open, I guess, just to hear from the residents.
Okay, Maureen.
I think I would keep it open too, just to hear. And
Thank you. Mike.
I agree, the same. Staff, please just do what you need to do to educate us on that law, but don't do anything more. I want to make sure that they feel heard and that we give them the reasons why we might not act this year. So.
Thank you. Phil.
I'll go along with the rest, although it was contrary to my initial thoughts.
I
So
think
I mean, I think we should be
I
focused, but I'm
understand where you're
fine.
coming from too.
Yeah, I do too. And I think it's, I want to be clear, I'm not committing to taking it further than that, but I do think it's
To at least hear them.
to hear from the folks who have asked for this, since this was specifically requested. Okay, so it sounds like we will move that, we will include that in the agenda and have a discussion about whether or not we want to take it to town meeting. All right. Thank you all. That was a good discussion. PB4 definitions. It sounds like that's
We all agreed to go forward.
easy on that one.
That's an easy one.
5.
I think we also need to go forward.
Yeah, agreed. That one reminds me of the one a couple years ago where we added some illustrations to make things.
And we had to clarify all that stuff.
Yeah, I think
Agreed.
anything that clarifies and removes any discourse over interpretations of what that means is a good thing. So excellent. 6, the ARO.
6 is going to be a deep dive, but last year we did commit to it. So I think it's going to be a significant issue, but I think we need to move forward.
I can tell you the parts of that are of most interest to me that I think are really important. And I don't know if this changes anything for everyone. Definitely enclosure screenings, buffers, given that we are out of sync, that this particular part of the bylaw doesn't include all that stuff and other parts of the bylaw do. I think that's important for many reasons. One, I think we should be consistent, but also those are the kind of things that provide insulation, for lack of a better word, to any abutters if something were to change in any of the ARO districts. So I think it's really important that that stuff no longer be discretionary. So I'd like to see us look at that. And
any other things that
well, those issues are huge. We talked about those last year,
Yeah,
but the other
right.
thing is
Yeah.
whether the ARO is going to be split. I mean, whether,
yes,
because that to me is going to be a substantial issue that's going to require a lot of discussion.
I agree. And that one I actually think is kind of important for us to tackle, because I had heard from some folks at Fox Hill Village last year that were not happy that we were imposing because they understood why we would want to discuss a cap on housing at the East Street property, but because they're joined, it applies to them as well. and Fox Hill Village wasn't necessarily thrilled about not being able to add more units. So I think there are
And so-
reasons why splitting the two. makes
And
sense.
in terms of, there's just not going to be consistency in terms of dimensional requirements, all the other things that are going to be buffering, all these other things are going to, this is going to be a chunk of work.
Yeah, I agree. But I do think it's important, not just because we did commit to
No,
doing
but
it
we
this
have to
year, but
tackle it. I think it's
Yeah.
important to tackle this one.
I agree. I
One
think
thing I just want to point out is that
Are we open?
Fox Hill
ahead.
Village is at its cap. It cannot add more units, and that's not because of the ARO district. It's because they're under a residential retirement community special permit that has a very large area requirement per unit. I think it's
Gotcha.
something like 4.5 acres, or I don't remember, 4.5 units per acre, something like that. They have a very strict cap, which was actually increased. When was it? Probably about 6 years ago when they came in to change their nursing home into assisted living, and they had to increase the cap at that time. So our bylaw was rewritten, but they are at the max. So whether or not there are changes made, the changes that were made last year, they really don't apply to Fox Hill Village. Fox Hill Village was already maxed out.
But if we
Yeah.
split the ARO, Nora, that would still impact Fox Hill, wouldn't it?
So if you split the ARO, it would have no effect on the cap for Fox Hill Village. So
Not the
if you're
cap.
right, so if you're having ARO 1 and ARO 2,
Right.
the one thing I would want to think about there is whether or not that amounts to spot zoning, because now
Right.
you have
We
one
talked about that
district that
last
has
year
3
also.
lots and one district that has a single parcel.
Right.
We
That's
talked about that last year. So
Mhm.
there's a lot to talk about. Anyway, I think we got to go more.
yeah.
What
I
what
don't
is
know
the-
the others, but I
Is
think we
there-
need to go forward with that one.
Yeah, I was just going to add that this article somewhat relates to the indoor rec article in that, if the districts were split, I do think there's some land on the East Street parcel that is underutilized, that could potentially be the site for some commercial property, whether it be an indoor fields facility, or that connects to the parking lot, and so you have to look at those screenings and buffers, obviously. Anyway, that idea kind of connects to planning board Article 10, so.
You're going to stir up the residents, Michael. Forewarning you,
True.
just letting you know.
It's already allowed use. Commercial indoor recreation is a permitted use.
Yeah, I was
in
going to say, what
ARO.
uses are we looking for on this? Because I know there's a lot that is allowed on there. So is there anything else we should put in there?
Well, it's what can we remove that would kind of potentially start a conversation? Maybe remove the discussion was maybe remove some of the red tape in terms of having zoning board of approval on a special permit to build a building on that parcel for indoor sports rec. Very
Right.
small symbolic change, obviously. Planning
Yeah.
board with full review, but it could start a conversation.
But I mean, that's one narrow issue. There's other
It
issues in
could
terms of
open a
like,
can of worms that we don't want to.
well, the dimensions and buff, there's a whole bunch of
Yeah.
other things that are
Yeah.
going to be applicable on that, especially on the Meditech
And I
property.
think we also talked about in the context of not losing, because that is commercially, it's a commercial use now. If I remember, and Nora, correct me if I'm wrong, there are some uses that are currently allowed that we may not want to continue to allow, like nonprofit or things that would impact our commercial tax revenue significantly if at some point that building were to go away and something else were to take its place. I don't believe we have any indication that that's going to happen anytime soon. But if we're looking at the ARO zoning, I think one of the things I wanted to do last year was to look at the whole use table and see what is currently allowed, because I think there may be things that we no longer want to allow as an option. But again, if that's going to affect both this parcel and Fox Hill Village, I think we're going to have to be careful.
Well, we have to be really cognizant of whether we do ARO 1 and ARO 2.
Right.
Is really going to be a big issue.
So this one to me, I think it sounds like we all agree. We, even if, regardless of if we make any changes to things like, changing zoning board and whatever, I think there was some talk over, there may be uses that were allowed uses in those zones years ago that sounded like a good idea, that given the town's priorities now, perhaps we don't want to continue to have those be allowed uses in the ARO zones. And I guess my other question, Nora, is, was there any thought to other parcels that could be put into it, to kind of get around the spot zoning issue? Are there other areas that would be appropriate now that maybe weren't before to consider adding an ARO overlay to? I don't know if there is, but I'm putting that out there as a question, as part of this conversation.
Would local B be a possibility, Dora?
Putting local B into the ARO,
Yeah.
they're very different uses.
No, I know. I know that. I just trial balloon throwing it out there.
I think one thing to consider is that the ARO also allows senior housing. And so thinking about what are you doing when you're applying it elsewhere is you're potentially creating situations where commercial could be replaced by residential. I'm not saying no,
I
but
mean, obviously the hope is to keep the commercial, so we keep the tax base solid, which is the trial balloon of local B.
I was thinking
Anyway.
more something like Glacier Drive, where, if I remember correctly, like something like age-restricted housing is already allowed via the FMUOD. I don't know if adding ARO there would add a value or not, but just, we don't have to go on a deep dive to
Yeah,
things.
it's late. I think there's a consensus. We got to move forward on this.
Right. And there's
Agreed,
lots of
hopefully.
different.
There's a lot of different options that we have to talk about.
Right.
So,
So is there anyone that feels that we should not continue moving forward with talking about the ARO, the number 6? Okay, I'm not hearing any.
We're good.
we're good.
Great.
I'm
All right.
good.
Move along, Ellen.
Number 7, this one is of particular importance to me. 7 and 8, I think we can talk about them together. Short-term rentals. I specifically asked we move this one forward because I've had some outreach from a couple of different neighborhoods. Now that it seems like we do have more Airbnbs and Verbos. This came up years ago, but it was a smaller contingent of short-term rentals. And many of our neighbors are regulating short-term rentals. In fact, several of our neighbors don't allow rentals under 30 days. So I think there's some interest from residents to have us start to have some oversight, us meaning the town, on short-term rentals. And it can be done. Brookline is a good example where they do it through a combination of zoning bylaw and general bylaw. But this was another one where there was some resident interest. It had come up before because there had been some issues, but I think at the time, 5 or 6 years ago, it wasn't an immediate need because there were very few short-term rentals, but now it does seem like the number of short-term rentals has grown significantly. So it seems like it was a good time to start talking about this. That's just my perspective, since I'm the one who said, can we add this?
But I agree. I think it needs to go forward. It was not as big a concern, but I think it needs to go forward.
I agree.
Excellent.
Mike and Tim, you're good?
Yep.
And 7 and 8
Okay.
kind of go together. Okay.
Yeah, those two kind of.
Those two went
The
together.
witching hour is coming. We got to move.
Exactly. Number 9, indoor commercial recreation. Mike, I'll let you speak to this.
Yeah, 9 was, I just want to spark a conversation on this. When I think the superintendent just sent out the results of a survey that a lot of people with children in school in Westwood took, and 98% said they wanted to rebuild Thurston as their next, big building project. So assuming that moves forward in the coming years at some point, the town is going to lose a third of its field space, and it's already short on field space. So I think putting in incentivizing a private business to come in and do some indoor fields, it meets a lot of different things, including the town being able to have access to that if needed at some point. And again, this is mostly messaging. I think the best we can do is probably to remove some restrictions on this. And I think the thought would be to remove the requirement to have a ZBA special permit. So it would just be approved under a planning board special permit. So I guess the discussion there would be, are we comfortable potentially, if this goes forward, removing ZBA special permit from an indoor rec use of the parcel.
Well, we don't have to decide that tonight. I think we just, I think we should
That's the
move
issue.
forward with it.
Yep, that's the issue.
And that's, I agree with that.
Is there anyone who doesn't want to move forward with this?
Agree.
Okay, done. Let's,
All right, good. Number 10. Oh, sorry, Maureen, are you okay with that?
No, keep going.
Okay.
no, crack
Number
the whip,
10.
Ellen. Let's go.
I know.
Come on.
Number 10,
10
FMUOD.
yeah.
And as Nora mentioned, this was a placeholder. So unless anyone thinks
Okay.
there's something that can't be covered by the other things we've talked about as far as commercial goes, I'm good with getting rid of it.
You mean like getting rid of it, like taking it off the agenda?
Yeah, like
Oh.
I don't.
Yeah,
I don't-
Maureen, this is not
Placeholder.
what
I
I
don't know
had.
that we need. I don't
Yeah, I
think we need
broadly
it.
proposed something last time, and I think in the spring I'm gonna do a survey and work with some staff and see, if there's any zoning holes in some of these commercial properties that are kind of prime for redevelopment. So maybe we can have a discussion on this 1 year from now.
Mhm.
So
And I like the idea of continuing the work because I agree with you. There's some properties that probably could be re-incentivized that are not currently at their highest and best use, but that's probably a large
That's a
item.
big task.
And I'd like to do it once if we can rather than piecemeal. So
Yeah.
I'm all for doing it. But I think the ARO is more pressing and those are two biggies. So if you're good with it, I'd rather table number 10 and move forward with some of the other ones.
Yeah, and Mike, I'd help you with that because that's a biggie.
Yeah, it'll be a good education, a good project for the.
I'm
Yeah,
excited
but
about
I think we table.
Is there
Agreed.
anyone who is not in favor of tabling number 10?
you're good.
All right.
Go
All right.
All right, keep
Table.
going, Ellen.
Number
Table.
11, I think we're all good with.
All
right?
good.
Oh, yeah.
Beautiful.
Okay. All right, next item.
Staff,
Keep
does
going.
that give you what you need? Are you good?
It does, thank
We're
you.
good.
Fabulous.
Keep
All
going,
right.
Chair.
All right. Next item is minutes from the December 2nd meeting. Did everyone get a chance to review them? Does anyone have anything that they want to suggest to be changed?
I just have one thing on the minutes. I think you meant swales instead of snails. Jess, did Jess leave?
No,
No, she's
right
here.
there.
Oh,
You're on mute, Jess.
Jess. The minutes under
I am
number.
on you. Okay. So swales instead of
And
snails.
I'm reading that and I said, what the heck is a snail doing?
Snails.
And I said, oh, she meant swale.
So what number, do you know what page it was on?
Staff comment and it was under number 1.
Okay.
It said
I'll
snail
change it.
basins.
Okay.
All right.
I'll change that and get that to you, Nora.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Without amendments, let's.
Yeah,
do
was
the
there
motion.
anything else?
No,
Nobody else?
everything.
Okay.
Maureen, since you caught it, read the motion.
So as amended.
As amended.
From snails to swales.
All right.
All right. I move that the planning board approve the minutes for the meeting of December 2nd, 2025 as amended.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call. Phil,
Aye.
Tim,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Maureen.
Aye.
I vote aye as well. That motion carries. Thank you, Jess. Agency and committee updates. Has anyone attended any meetings that they need to report out on?
Just housing, and you've already heard a lot of housing.
Yes, you guys were all here.
So we already talked about that.
Yeah, I got nothing. Anybody else?
No.
Yeah, we should probably, because it hasn't been said publicly, we should mention that the Design Guidelines Task Force is
Oh,
suspended
yes.
while the town
Yes.
planner is on leave.
So the
just
design
to-
task force is suspended temporarily, hopefully to be reignited. And at some point we'll reconstitute it, but
Excellent.
that's
Excellent.
on hiatus.
We're shooting
Okay.
for March.
Oh,
Shooting for
good.
March.
March is good. Great. All right. Well,
Okay.
keep us posted.
Keep us
on-
posted. We'll go from there.
Excellent. All right. Next agenda item is miscellaneous updates and administrative items. Staff, do you have anything else for us?
Just one thing, we continue the hearing for the rules and regulations. If anyone had any comments, any questions, just contact staff on any sets of rules and regulations. That way we'll be ready. We continue that to the February 10th meeting, so it gives you time to concentrate on zoning for a little bit before you come back to it. But don't wait. If you've already reviewed it, send the comments now.
Thank you. Yes, so we will do that. Anything else?
Just it was in your meeting summary, but the do not block box that the planning board conditioned that Giorgio try to pursue in front of Everett Street is going before the Norwood Selectmen and Traffic Safety Advisory Committee, and they're expecting it to be supported. So hopefully we'll see that.
Good. Okay.
Need anything from us for that, as far as, showing up, providing support, or is it's gonna go
It
forward?
looks like it's good. Cool.
Good. All right.
That's good. That's
That's good news. All right, then our final agenda item is upcoming meetings. We have planning board meetings on January 6th, 2026, January 20th, 2026, February 10th, 2026, and then Finance and Warrant Commission article sponsors meetings on January 13th, 2026, and January 27th, 2026. And that is all we have on our agenda. So if nobody has anything else that needs to be said, I would entertain a motion
I move.
Second.
to adjourn. All right.
To
We have a
adjourn.
motion, second. Any further discussion on adjournment?
None.
But I have
Seeing
a
none.
question, one quick question for Amanda. It starts at what time tomorrow night? 7, correct?
7 via Zoom.
And how
So-
long?
So
I'm-
I don't have to
I-
go, right, Amanda?
Optional for non-new members, but it's
Only new
advertised.
members. The newbies
Um,
get to go.
And I think we can be done in under an hour, but I would say
No,
an
keep
hour
them
and a
there
half.
2 hours, 3.
Shush, shush.
So,
I move to
We-
adjourn. What are we doing?
Go, well, I had a quick question.
Yes,
That's
it was
it.
the
God.
any further discussion part. All right, so does that give you what you need, Maureen? Okay.
Yeah, thank you,
All right.
Amanda.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll take roll call. Maureen,
Aye.
Phil,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Tim.
Hi.
I vote aye as well. Thank you, everyone.
Have a
Merry
good
Christmas.
night,
Happy
everybody.
New Year.
Oh, Merry Christmas.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, everybody.